if I don't cover everything. So my presentation, it's a very long title, and it looks very academic, but I'm going to try and make it as accessible to people as possible.
Ngo ikiganiro cyanje gifite umutwe muremure cyane kandi ni ikintu kiri mu buryo academic, ni nk'icigisho atariko ndaza kugihinahina.
And I'm talking about bridging narratives and collective victimization.
Iyo ngingo niyo ari buze kuvugaho.
And what I mean by collective victimization is two things.
Ngo bivuga ibintu bibiri.
It's the collective victimization within minority communities, which we're focusing on today.
Ngo nuburyo hariho gukorera hamwe mu gutoteza abanyamuke ari bwo byaduteranije uyu munsi.
But I am also linking that to the broader collective victimization of many Congolese communities who suffer violence and looking for ways to bridge those perspectives.
Yavuze yuko turahera ku itsinda ritoya uburyo ribasha gutotezwa ariko nanone tureba mu bugari bw'abakongomani bose uburyo babasha kubaho mu itotezwa.
Okay, so to give a bit of context, people probably know, even people who are not familiar with the ABANYAMULENGE situation, that there's been a lot of violence and mass death across the Democratic Republic of Congo for the last 3 decades.
Ngo birashoboka yuko abantu bakeya cyangwa benshi batazi kibazo abanyamurenge bahuye nacyo, ariko icyo bazi nuko hari intambara n'ubwicanyi bwabaye muri Democratic ya Congo hafi imyaka 20.
And although some of the statistics and the figures are contested, some people or some academics and researchers have estimated that 6 million people may have died within the past 30 years.
Nubwo bishoboka yuko abantu bose batabyumvikana rimwe, ariko mu bushakashatsi cyangwa se mu nkuru zitangwa nuko hashobora kuba hamaze gupfa abantu barenga miliyoni 6.
But it's been part of my mission and the mission of my organizations for the last few years.
Ati icyo nico gikorwa twakoraga mu kigo nakoreraga hafi mu myaka 2 turimo tushakashaka ibi bintu.
To situate the perspective of minorities within that context and not let it be neglected, and it's currently being neglected and underreported.
Nanone kandi tukareba uburyo abantu bita kwitotezwa ry'abanyamuke uburyo bitangwa n'uburyo byakagombye gukurikirana.
And in fact, I think that a big problem is that the perspective of minorities is not even believed by a lot of researchers or NGOs or people in the media. So this is a very big problem.
Totezwa ry'abanyamuke hari amareta amwe atabyemera, hari ama-ONG amwe atabyemera, akashatsi ubwa
either they don't believe or that they're not interested, but it's a big problem. And so I want to introduce one very empowering concept to the audience today.
Ati nubwo batabyemera ariko uyu munsi.
And this is a concept that I've come across within the past year or so called epistemic injustice. Yeah. And this means that when somebody's or a victim of an experience, their perspective or their experience is not believed due to a prejudice.
Come again, please.
Of course, yeah. So this concept means that when somebody's victimhood or their experience is not believed because of a prejudice, so they're given decreased level of credibility.
Nigihe abantu bakorerwa itotezwa hari igihe batabyemera ubwabo cyangwa se nabandi batabasha kubyemera kubera ibitekerezo baramaze kubashiramwe yuko ibyo bakorerwa basa naho babyemera yuko byari ngombwa.
And so I won't discuss this in detail, but I want people to know about this concept because it's very empowering.
Ariko nanone nubwo ntabyinjiramo cyane ngo nge kure ariko ndashaka yuko kino gitekereza abantu babasha kucumva.
Another concept which has guided me through a lot of my research, which I think is very important in many contexts related to genocide.
Nanone mu byo nabashije gukora ubushakashatsi nuko ibi biganisha kuri genocide cyangwa se itsembatsemba ry'abantu.
And it's a very sensitive issue as well.
Nanone kandi ni ikibazo kiremereye cyane.
We do need to deconstruct this myth of an innocent genocide victim and victim perpetrator binaries.
Nanone tugomba kumenya abakorerwa iryo semba n'abarikora uburyo bitegurwa.
And a big problem which other researchers have noted in the case of DR Congo is that because sometimes Banyamulenge armed groups and Tutsi armed groups get accused of human rights abuses.
Impamvu abantu benshi batabyumva nuko hari amakuru avuga yuko bamwe mu banyamurenge imitwe imwe y'abanyamurenge nayo yirwanaho noneho abantu ntibumva uburyo bakorerwa itsemba kandi muri bo nabo babarega yuko bamwe bashobora kuba ari n'abicanyi.
The experience of the Banyamulenge and the Tutsi and other minorities of experiencing persecution, possible genocide and ethnic cleansing.
Nanone kandi ukareba ugasanga abanyamurenge barakorerwa itotezwa, barakorerwa itsemba atari n'abanyamurenge bonyine n'abandi batutsi muri rusange ibyo bahura nabyo nabo babahura nabyo.
Does not get any attention or sympathy from the international community.
No kubera yuko abantu hirya no hino bumva yuko n'abanyamurenge barimo kwirwanaho barimo amatsinda y'abarwana bigatuma abantu benshi opinion international itabasha gutekereza ngo ifate igihe cyo gutekereza kuri ubwo bwoko burimo guhonya.
So these assumptions, these myths, I think are very dangerous, but they don't often apply to the international community in other contexts like Ethiopia, for example.
Kandi ugasanga ibikorerwa ubwo bwoko bw'abatutsi cyangwa se abanyamurenge ugasanga bitaba kuyandimo kurebye nko muri za Ethiopia aho banyamuke batotezwa amahanga agahaguruka ariko abantu bo muri Kongo bicwa amahanga agaceceka.
And so I wanted to go over those concepts, but I'm going to go over the rest of my presentation very briefly.
Atingiye ya mumfunyapfunyo cyangwa muncamake ya presentation yanjye.
So I think that there are several structural drivers of the violence against Banyamulenge and then also Tutsi and Hema communities.
Nanone ngiye kuvuga intambwe uburyo bishushanyije mwiyicwa ry'abanyamurenge abatutsi b'iburasirazuba bwa Kongo n'abitwa Bahema.
And one of these structural issues is the lack of governance and the insecurity that affects many communities in Eastern Congo.
Nanone kandi usanga ipfundo rya byose n'uburyo igihugu kiyobowe n'uburyo abantu bandi babasha kubyivangamo.
But then there is also the hateful ideology and hate speech and the idea that the Banyamulenge and Tutsi are not indigenous that contributes to their persecution and possible genocide.
Nanone ugasanga hari amagambo avugwa n'abayobozi n'abanyepolitike uburyo bayavugamwo berekana yuko abanyamurenge atari abakongomani ibyo bigatuma abantu babanga n'amagambo y'ubwicanyi.
And some of these other structural issues include land-based tensions and conflicts and local political tensions.
Nanone kandi ugasanga abantu bashingira ku bimenyetso bijyanye nk'indimi n'uburyo babona ubwo bwoko bw'abanyamurenge.
But in all of these structural and very socio-economic conflicts, the hate against the Banyamulenge and Tutsi are very powerful factors.
Nanone ugasanga nanone bijyana n'ibintu bijyanye n'ubukene cyangwa umutungo bigatuma ubwoko bwangwa cyane.
So I think we need to keep within our research linking those different factors together.
Nanone niyo mpamvu mu bushakashatsi dukora tugomba guhuza bino bimenyetso tukabihuriza hamwe kugira ngo tubashe kumva kino kibazo.
I'm going to skip over this this slide very quickly, but basically there are different perspectives on whether genocide and ethnic cleansing are the same or different. I just want to let people know that there are those different perspectives.
Nanone ndagira ngo nse naho mvuga mu ncamake ariko nanone tumenye yuko mwitsemba cyangwa mwiyicwa bisa naho bifitanye isano.
I think that there is an overlap in this case, in the case of the Banyamulenge.
Nanone hariho byinshi byo kwigira muri iki kibazo c'abanyamurenge.
And so I'm going to skip over the details because I think most people know about this as well, but I want to make two problems in narratives known to everyone.
Ndashaka kugira ngo nubwo abenshi muri mwebwe mubizi ariko ndashaka kugira ngo nongere mbisubiremo ndabizi ko bamwe muri mwebwe babizi ariko tubashe kubyumva neza.
And I think a lot of UN, NGO, media reports, when they do report, which is not often,
ndatekereza yuko ONG amwe cyangwa Nations bakora amaraporo kandi nizera yuko bakora ayo maraporo,
they often reinforce false equivalences that overlook the asymmetric dynamics of the conflicts affecting the Banyamulenge.
Akenshi iyi Nations cyangwa se opinion nationale bafite amakuru mabi ku Banyamulenge, akaba ari byo cyane cyane bibandaho ku by'abandi bavuga bibi ku Banyamulenge ntibatinde ku kuri.
And then particularly some scholars who specialize in this area, they keep reinforcing what I think is a false dichotomy, so a false difference between genocide and complex conflict.
Ndavuga yuko abashakashatsi kandi benshi cyane banakomeye hari igihe nanone batavuga ukuri bagakomeza kurebera ariko batekereza intambara hagati y'amoko na genocide ntibabivuge mu buryo butomoye.
And it's part of my research to tackle those narratives and those assumptions.
Ni ibyo ni bimwe mu byo nakoreye ubushakashatsi nshaka kugira ngo mbagezeho.
And so, just checking, have I got enough time? You haven't shown me how to. Yeah, 3 minutes, okay. Thank you, very kind. Okay, so I want to bring attention to, very briefly, some other issues that have affected minorities in DR Congo that have brought more attention to the international community.
Nanone kandi ndabereka ibindi bibazo nyamuke bahura nabyo byakagombye gukurura amahanga kugira ngo bashe kwita kuri iki kibazo.
So I think we know that while the M23 conflict is happening now, that is fueling anti-Tutsi prejudice, but those prejudices are deep-rooted.
Nanone murabona nk'intambara ya M23 ifite inkomoko cyane cyane kubijyanye n'abatutsi ariko kandi abantu bakagira imyumvire itandukanye.
And while M23's actions are attracting a lot of international attention, the Tutsi experience is not.
Ngo igihe abantu bakomeza kurebera cyane amakuru ajyanye n'ibyo M23 ikora ariko ikibazo kijyanye n'abatutsi ubwabo ntibacitaho ngo bakivuge.
However, the genocide and ethnic cleansing and atrocities against the Hema did actually attract more attention and sympathy from the international community at least about 5 years ago.
Ati kandi muzi yuko iyishwa ry'abahema byabashije gukurura imyumvire ya politike mpuzamahanga mu myaka 5 yashize.
The UN even suggested that it was possibly a genocide. And it was.
Nanone Nations yabashije gutinyuka kuvuga yuko abahema bakorerwa genocide.
In the Kazai crisis that occurred in 2016 to 2017,
urebye mu mateka ya 2016 na 17,
although this conflict
muri Kasai,
although this conflict was triggered by primarily ethnic Luba rebellion, a brutal rebellion.
Nanone kubera ko iyi ntambara yatangiwe n'abitwa baruba muri Kasai,
the UN did still recognize that the ethnic Luba community in parts of Kazai faced violence which attempted to eliminate them from villages.
Bavuga nanone Nations yemera ikanavuga yuko ubwicanyi bwakorewe abaruba muri Kasai bwari bugambiriye kurangiza ubwo bwoko bwitwa abaruba.
I can also point to neighboring Central African Republic, which is not in the Great Lakes region.
Nanone navuga urugero rw'abantu batuye muri Central Africa nubwo badatuye hariya muri Congo ariko ikibazo gisa naho gisa.
There was a massive ethnic cleansing campaign against the Muslim community back in 2014.
Mu 2014 hariho abitwa abayisilamu nabo bakorewe itsembatsemba muri Central Africa.
The UN and several NGOs did recognize this, even though it was in reaction to a brutal Muslim insurgency.
Nanone ariko nubwo abantu bamwe batabyemera ariko UN yemera yuko ubu bwicanyi n'irisembatsemba ryakorewe abayisilamu.
Even if we look to the context of Rwanda, one of the largest genocides in history.
Nanone kandi tugarutse ibitekerezo tukareba ibyabaye mu Rwanda, nanone byabaye ubwicanyi muri 1994. byabaye jenoside muri 1994. Sorry.
The RPF were also accused of horrific massacres and human rights abuses, but that does not stop the fact that the Tutsi faced genocide.
Kandi nubwo ibyo ngibyo byabaye abantu bakavuga ubwicanyi abantu jenoside yakorewe abatutsi mu Rwanda, ibyo ntibyakagombye guhagarika kuvuga ibinimo gukorerwa ubwoko bw'abatutsi muri Kongo.
So I think we can reference these other examples in order to tackle some of the assumptions about the persecution of the Banyamulenge and also Tutsi in North Kivu.
Nanone izi ni ingero twakagombye kugenderaho kugira ngo tubashe kwerekana ikibazo cy'Abanyamulenge n'abatutsi batuye mu burasirazuba bwa Kongo.
And so finally my concluding point is that we need to, well, there's not much I can do, but in order to build and develop a long-lasting peace, a comprehensive peace.
Nanone ego simfata imyanzuro ariko ico mu byo mvuga kugira ngo tubashe kubaka amahoro arambye.
We need to advocate for and promote measures to both protect minorities and tackle the deep structural problems in DR Congo.
Twakagombye kuvuga uburyo bwo kurinda aba abantu bake b'inkehwa nk'Abanyamulenge, ariko nanone tukareba n'uburyo twakemura ibibazo by'imibereho y'abaturage b'Abakongomani.
These two perspectives are not mutually exclusive, but I think a lot of experts in the field do see this as mutually exclusive.
Nanone ibi bisa naho bijyana kandi abashakashatsi benshi babikoraho babona yuko kurinda Abanyamulenge no kugira ngo Abakongomani babohe neza ni ibintu bigomba gukorana.
In fact, I would argue that the fact that certain minorities are facing persecution and possible genocide is a sign that the structural issues are very serious and need to be addressed.
Ntekereza yuko abantu benshi babyumva kuko abantu banyamuke bagomba kurindwa iki gikorwa kandi kigashirwamo imbaraga.
But we also, my final point is we also need to combine the perspective of the Banyamulenge and Tutsi with other communities who have faced human rights abuses in order to build a shared understanding.
Ntabwo gusa twakagombye gutekereza Abanyamulenge gusa cyangwa Abatutsi, ariko twakagombye kurengera n'andi moko ameze nk'ubwo bwo kugira ngo nabo babashe kubaho.
Thank you for listening. Sorry if I went over time.
Murakoze Imana ibahe umugisha.
Thank you, Thomas. I think from the first moment you came to the conference, you wanted a lot of academia and framing, and I think Thomas did not disappoint, especially with the first slide. So thank you, Thomas. Professor Tilal, could we have your presentation? If you have any questions to Thomas, as mentioned at the beginning, please put them down on a piece of paper. We are going to ask all the questions after all the presentations, okay?
Arakoze Thomas, waba ufite ikibazo kubyo Thomas amaze kuvuga, nabasabaga twagiye dushira impapuro kuri buri meza, niba ufite ikibazo uze kucandika turaza kuguha umwanya wo kukibaza.
Good morning, everybody.
Mwaramutse mwese.
My name is Tilal Aldavi, Professor of Business Analytics.
Nitwa Professor Tilal.
Yes. Or Talal, depending on where you're coming
cyangwa biterwa naho wavuye wanavuga na Tilal.
I'm head of Department of Business Analytics, Circular Economy and Entrepreneurship. For short, it's called BASE.
Rumva yuko n'izina rirera ariko yavuze ngo mu mpfunyapfunyo byitwa BASE.
So today we're going to talk about a mini project, which is the use of AI to support the Banyamulenge community to face the challenges that they're facing and to cope with the potential challenges that will come their way.
Yewe muri departement nyobora twatangiye umushinga w'uburyo bwo gukusanya ibimenyetso bizafasha kandi bikavuga iyishwa ry'Abanyamulenge.
With a strict focus.
Mwamukubitiye amashyi.
With a strict focus on advocacy, because
I think ibi byose bizaba bishingiye ku buvugizi.
Yes. So I'm trying to be very brief because Maria is very strict with timing.
Ati nari kuvuga byinshi ariko kubera uyu mukenyezi unyicaye iruhande arimo ndeba nabi ndavuga bikeya.
So the project overview, like I said, is the use of AI to analyze social media data and advocate for the Banyamulenga issues.
Ati umushinga natangiye muri iyi kaminuza ni ugukoresha iriya AI mu buryo bwo gukora analysis isesengura kwiyicwa ry'ubwoko bw'abanyamulenge.
And the objectives is to raise awareness. I think yesterday people were talking about the lack
Ati
of awareness.
umugambi w'iyi proje ni ukugira ngo tubashe kuzamura ijwi ry'iyicwa ry'ubu bwoko.
And to empower the community to take the role of advocating for itself.
Kandi ngo tubashe gushoboza abanyamulenge bose ubwabo bahaguruke bavugira ubwoko bwabo.
Because foreign powers are resources and supporters and facilitators, but you can only solve the problem yourselves.
Ati akimuhana kazi imvura ihise mugomba kwirwanaho.
We are technical people, we solve technical problems. So the scope is question mark. We will then work with the stakeholders from the Banyamulenga community and our friends from the peace studies and other friends that are actually joining this conference to help us put the focus together.
Yavuze ngo ibo ku ruhande rwiwe bo bakoresha tekinoloji igezweho atari ko tuzakorana n'ubwoko bw'abanyamulenge baduhe ibimenyetso dukorane n'iki kigo iyi universite yiga iby'amahoro dukorane n'abandi ba expert bavuye hirya no hino kugira ngo tubashe kugira ikintu gifatika ku bwoko bw'abanyamulenge. Mukomera amashyi.
So the scope could be, for example, some of the frameworks that were put by our colleague, Professor Owen there, and what Tom mentioned. So there are several scopes, and it could be with how to deal with the conflicts, how the people in the diaspora connect with their counterpart and different ways. So we leave that open.
Uburyo tuzabikoramo ni uburyo buhambaye cyane nk'ubyo Thomas amaze kuvuga. Dufite nka Professor Owen kandi tuzareba n'uburyo abanyamulenge bari muri diaspora uburyo bakorana n'abatuye mu gihugu kugira ngo duhuze ibimenyetso tugira ikintu gifatika.
So we have proposed outcomes. The first one is an improved understanding and awareness of the Banyamulenga issue.
Ati ikintu cya mbere twikubitiza twamaze kugera ni uburyo bwo kumvikanisha ikibazo c'abanyamulenge.
And targeted strategies for advocacy.
Nanone tuzareba strategy y'ubuvugizi.
And identifying the tools that will help the Banyamulenga people to be empowered to use the technology.
Nanone tuzakoresha ubumenyi mu buryo bwo guhugura abanyamulenge ubwabo kugira ngo babashe kwivuganira.
I'll try to be less exciting.
Ati mutangiye kumva bivugitse neza cyane rwose.
So this is an MSc project based for 3 months, and it has this is what we call phase 1.
Ati iyi ni umushinga tumaze gukora mu mezi 3 n'imbanziriza mushinga.
And the reason the picture is vague because we don't know exactly, but it will actually be very clear very soon.
Ati iki ni igishushanyo tubereka uwo mushinga uko uzakora bishobora kuba bitagaragara neza ariko igihe kizagera bigaragare.
And it's made of 3 work packages.
Ati bizakorwa mu buryo butatu.
The first one is data collection and mapping the current existence, online existence of Banyamulenga related issues.
Ngo ijambo rya mbere ni ukureba ibimenyetso bigaragara bijyanye n'itotezwa n'iyishwa n'ibibazo by'abanyamulenge.
And the second work package is analyzing these contents and see how information is spread from one place to the other.
Noneho tumaze kubona ibyo bimenyetso ikusanya ry'ibimenyetso tuzakora icitwa analysis dukore isesengura tumenye uko bihuye naho bikomoka.
And the third work package is to identify the tools that can be given to the Banyamulenga young and old people to be involved in the online.
Ikizakurikiraho tuzafasha abana b'abasore b'abanyamulenge dufashe n'abantu bakuze kugira ngo binjire muri ico kibazo ubwabo ari bagerageza gukora ubuvugizi.
And given the time, I'm not going to go into the details of the work packages. This can be shared with you in the next conference, I hope.
ngo rwose mumpa amahirwe ndavuga bikeya ariko muri ndi conference izakurikira iyi ngiyi muzaza byose tumaze kubikora.
Now here are some health checks and reality check. So having a strong presence an online presence has pros and cons. So obviously the pros are
yavuze yuko iyo umaze gushira ibintu hari kuri online hari ibyiza aribyo byitwa
positive and negatives.
Ni bibi aribyo byitwa cons.
So the positive aspects are it will increase your presence, it will increase awareness, and you will also have immediate news.
Aravuga ngo icyiza kibirimo muri uyu mushinga uko muzabyinjiramwe muri abanyamurenge benshi ni nako isi izabimenya vuba cyane.
It will also it's actually a cost-effective way for increasing your awareness rather than paying media companies lots of money.
Ngo nanone kandi muzagira ubwitange bwo kugira n'umutungo mushoramo kugira ngo turihe nibi binyamakuru bivuga amakuru bisomwa n'abantu benshi.
And social media is becoming a major influencer for policymakers.
Yavuze ngo izi social media nizo zifasha ubuyobozi buyoboye isi kugira ngo babashe kumenya ibibazo biri ku isi.
President Trump is an example of that.
Ati ndagira ngo mbabwire umugabo witwa President Trump wa Amerika ni urugero tubasha gutangaho.
But it comes with some caveats. The first one is it's a risk of misinformation and manipulation.
Nanone ingaruka zibibamo hari igihe abantu kuri social media batanga inkuru zitarizo zibinyoma akabariza abantu bamira bakagira ngo nukuri.
It will move the conflict from the ground to online.
Nanone tukakura intambara aho irimo ibera intambara ikajya kubera kuri social media tukirwa dutukana kuri media.
And also you've got the short-lived attention spans. You get the news. If it is not sustainable, if it's not sustained, people will forget about it.
Kandi ugatanga amakuru y'ukuri igihe abantu batayishigikiye ukuri waruvuze kugahita kwibagirana.
Unless you are an Arsenal fan and you want to watch the Declan Rice goal now and now, every now and again.
Yego.
Yeah. If you don't get it, you don't get it. Okay, so now the project team, the current project team. So that's
dore team yabagize iyi projet.
That's myself.
Uriya wa mbere Tirari niwe Professor Tirari.
And then Dr. Irfan, he is actually the engineer behind all the data. Unfortunately, he's not with us today.
Ntabwo uriya mu doctor wundi witwa Irfan Mehamud ni umuntu uri inyuma ukora cyane. Uyu munsi ntabwo ari hano ariko nawe ari muri iyi projet.
And Delphin is a Delphin Dynamo is over there.
Nanone undi muntu uri inyuma y'ibi ngibi urutirugongo n'umugabo witwa Dr. Delphine Ntanyoma nawe ni umuntu uvugisha nababwiye ko atavugisha kanwa avugisha intoki nawe.
And our colleagues from the PSID Anan and Owen who I did not believe they were able to actually set up
hariho n'undi mugenzi wacu ushinzwe ibintu bya social media w'umuscientist ntabwo yabashije kuboneka hano ariko nawe abirimo.
And because they managed to set up the event in a speed of light, I decided that this is actually a very good team to have with you.
Ati kuko twatekereje gukora kino gikorwa natekereje yuko aba bahanga bose aba docteur nitwinjira muri iki gikorwa tuzagikora kandi kikagenda neza.
So we have students, I don't know whether they are here or not.
Ati dufite abanyeshuri barimo bakora ubushakashatsi nabo bazaja muri iki kibazo.
When I say your name, raise your hand.
Ati nimvuga izina ryawe uri mwaha ngaha uzamura urutoke.
Ayodele Fese, is she here? Is he here? No.
Hari umunyeshuri abanyeshuri nabo tuzafatikanya muri ubushakashatsi hariho uwitwa Ayodele
Elizabeth Hansen.
Elizabeth arahari nahaguruke. Janavi.
No. Megana
hari uhari?
No. Obadia.
Kormagala,
I think there is another one. Who else? Two of them that coming. Anyway.
Obadia, Haruhari.
Okay, maybe they have a class.
Bahageze hano kubera amasomo baza gusubirayo ariko aba ni abanyeshuri ba kaminuza tuzafatikanya muri ubwo bushakashatsi.
So these students are actually conducting their master dissertation and they're using this as their problem for their master dissertation.
Mukome mu mashyi. Aba banyeshuri tuvuza barimo barakora ubushakashatsi muri masters ariko kino gikorwa ico bazinjiramo c'ubushakashatsi bw'abanyamurenge muri masters yabo.
So this is part of the master of applied AI and data analytics.
Ati amasomo biga ni ugukoresha kiriya kintu citwa AI na analysis cyangwa isesengura.
So that's me.
Uwo ni wenge. Uwo ni Professor Tilal.
Thank you, Professor Tilal. I just wanted to say, Professor Tilal, that we are probably one step further in the project than we thought, because after talking with all the facilitators, I know that the groups created yesterday a content that requires some algorithmic augmentation and being put on social media.
Yavuze ati nubwo wagize uyu mushinga atari ko ntekereza yuko twabitangiye ejo mu matsinda twari turimo uzahere ku byo twabonye ejo.
So we've already inputted in the project.
Ati twebwe mu byo mu itsinda twari mwejo twamaze gutangira ibimenyetso ubu tubirimwo rwose.
Ben.
Ati Ben nawe natambuke.
Ben promised 10 minutes.
Ati Ben nawe tumuhaye iminota 10. Mwaramutse mwese.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I won't be long, as Maria has just said. I managed to get a very brief presentation. Before I go into this, my name is Bienfaiteur Mutara.
mbere yuko ntangira ibyo mvuga nitwa Bienfaiteur Mutara.
I have a background in sustainability science and policy.
Ngo mubyo nize sustainability n'ibindi bikurikiye.
I graduated from the University of Maastricht in Netherlands.
Ati narangirije mu Buholandi.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to work on the very interesting topic on conflict in Eastern DRC during this period.
Ngo ibyo yigaga yabashije kwandika kubijyanye n'intambara zo mu burasirazuba bwa Kongo.
Yeah, so I've always had interest to understand the issues affecting members of our community.
Ati nakomeje gutekereza ku bibazo ubwoko bwacu buhura nabyo.
So without going into details, my topic of today will be about Banyamulenge persecution and the crisis of media coverage, a crisis of camera, as you see on the screen.
Ati ingingo ngiye kuvuga uyu munsi ndavuga itotezwa n'ibibazo abanyamurenge bahura nabyo, ariko kandi media cyangwa se abakagombye kubitangaza no kubivuga nk'amakuru ntibisohoke ngo bivugwe.
My friend Thomas has already said a lot about our persecution, which is really.
Ati mugenzi wanjye Thomas yafashe umwanya uhagije wo kuvuga itotezwa ry'ubwoko bw'abanyamurenge.
Maybe you can read since in 2017.
Ati namwe mubasha kubisoma duhereye mu 2017.
Members of the Banyamulenge community have been undergoing what can be described by some researchers as a slow genocide.
Ati duhereye mu 2017 ubwoko bw'abanyamurenge bwinje mu bintu bisa naho bishushanya itsembatsemba.
And Delphine has done a lot of work on this, Thomas as well.
Ati umugabo w'umuhanga witwa Delphine yafashe igihe kinini cyo kubyandikaho cyane ndetse na Thomas hari ibyo yabikozeho.
So even though there is not, it can be debatable like people used to say, but roughly some people say roughly between 15 and 2,000 people have been so killed Banyamulenge since 2007 up until now.
Yavuze yuko nubwo niyenda bitaremezwa ariko abantu bagera kuri
claiming saying that
igihumbi 500
between yes
no kugeza ku bihumbi 2,000 abantu barishwe.
800,000 cattle looted, which is actually the basic source of income for the Banyamulenge.
Inka zigera ku bihumbi 800 ari nawo mutungo kamere w'Abanyamulenge zarapfuye.
Taking this off, that means killing them economically.
No kuvuga ngo niba urangije inka ku Banyamulenge nabo ubwabo ubarangije.
If they don't die with machetes or killing them, they won't survive with hunger anyway. They will just starve and die.
Nanone nubwo utabikisha imihoro ari ugatwara inka zabo n'ubundi ni nkaho ububishe.
Over 400 villages completely dismantled.
Ati imihana imidugudu irenga 400 yaratwiswe.
And nearly 100,000 people displaced across the region and within.
Abantu bagera mu bihumbi 100 babashe kuba impunzi hirya no hino.
You can get that level of the scale of violence this small community has been undergoing.
Ati mubasha kumva uburemere n'uburibwe bw'aba banyamuke b'Abanyamulenge ibibazo bahuye nabyo.
So there is an image that I would like to share with you here, as you can see.
Hari inshusho ngiye kubereka hano mubasha kubona.
What can you see from this image?
Atese iyi foto irabereka iki aha ngaha.
For some, they might think this is just taken from Google Map or somewhere.
Abantu bashobora kwibwira bakavuga bati ni foto gusa twakuye kuri Google tuyimadika hariya.
These are members of the Banyamulenge community, our relatives.
Ati abangaba ntabwo ari inshusho ya Google ahubwo abana abavandimwe bacu.
But when you look at it, you can think it was the slavery age.
Ati uramutse ubirebye wagira ngo ni cagihe bagurishaga abacakara.
And what you see behind, these are members of DRC army.
Ati bariya murimo kureba hariya sabandi
ni
ingabo z'igihugu ca Kongo.
Even though I can't just say it's the entire country behind this, but there are some element.
Ati nubwo ntavuga ngo n'abasirikare bose ba Kongo ariko barimo bamwe bakoze ibingibi.
More often from communities, neighbors of the Banyamulenge with such high level of hate.
Ati kuko Abanyamulenge cyane bagiriwe urwango n'abaturanyi babo.
Once deployed in areas inhabited by the Banyamulenge,
igihe ingabo zoherezwaga mu gace gatuyemwe Abanyamulenge,
instead of protecting them,
aho kugira ngo babashe kubarinda,
they do take part in persecution process.
Ahubwo nabo bakiyunga n'ababatotezaga n'ababica.
This picture was taken in an area called Mikenke.
Ati iyi foto aba ni abaturage bari batuye mu Mikenke niho bakorewe aya marorerwa.
It's about 25 kilometers from where I was born.
Ati ni ibirometero 25 urebye aho navukiye.
It was back in 2021.
Ati ibingibi byabaye mu 2021.
No any denouncement statement from the government.
Ati nta narimwe leta ya Kongo yigeze ikora yamagana bino bikorwa.
Some of them were released and some of others have been sent to prison for nothing.
Ngo bamwe muri aba bararekuwe ariko abandi bajyanywe mu magereza nta n'icyaha na kimwe
bafite. Because who they are, that's the
ariko ibingibi babikorewe kubera baribo.
Picture number 1 and this picture number 2.
Iyi ni indi foto ya kabiri.
Can you believe this is actually the reality?
Mese mushobora gutekereza yuko ibingibi ari ukuri.
The same people, same armed forces.
Ati ba bantu na zangabo za Kongo,
but in a different place called Bijombo.
Ati abasiba abandi mu Mikenke ariko aha na handi hitwa mu Bijombo.
And this back in 2022.
ati ahangaha ni mu bihumbi 2022.
Just being a young Munyamulenge
kuba witwa umunyamurenge
and an armed civilian,
ukaba udafite imbunde, ukaba uri umuturage usanzwe,
you are automatically seen as a potential member of an armed group.
bahita bakubona yuko uri umwe muri bamwe witwaje intwaro.
And again, some elements do what is unlawful and arrest them and torture them.
Ati kandi bamwe baratotezwa abandi bakicwa.
This is awful. It's really hard to see and to live.
Kubona bino bintu kubavandimwe bacu birababaje cyane.
So I did a very short research on what the media is saying about all this happening.
Ati nabashije gukora ubushakashatsi butoya ngo ndebe ibyo ibinyamakuru by'isi bivuga kuri ubu bwicanyi.
As you all know, the aim of this conference is to raise awareness.
Ati nkuko mubizi impamvu twateguye kino giterane ni ukugira ngo dukore ubuvugizi.
Because people have been killed for now roughly over 80 years.
Kuko abantu bagiye bicwa n'ubu bishobora kuba bihagaze imyaka 8.
Just behind the locked doors. No one is talking about it.
Nta muntu n'umwe ubasha gutinyuka ngo yamagane buno bwicanyi.
And there is no way we can solve this challenging issue if it's not, brought to the surface so we can discuss about this.
Kandi ntabwo aba bantu babasha kubona gakiza igihe hatabaye abantu b'intwari ngo bahaguruke bavuganire buno bwoko.
And the responsibility falls within the media sector because the media can inform.
Kandi abantu bafite imbaraga cyane ni ibinyamakuru, ni social media kugira ngo hirya no hino abantu bashe kubona kano karengane.
I randomly selected 4 countries.
Ati nabashije guhitamwo ibihugu 4
and select a few media and see what they say about the Banyamulenge killing.
Ati nabashije kureba muri ibi bihugu 4 kugira ngo ndebe iby'ibinyamakuru bivuga ku bwicanyi bw'Abanyamulenge.
Well, I selected the most powerful nation.
Ati nabashije gushakashaka nashije kuzana ibihugu bifite bikomeye.
Number 1 is the United States of America.
Ati reka nahereye mu gihugu ca Amerika.
You can see Washington Post.
Ati mubasha kureba ikinyamakuru gikomeye muri Amerika citwa Washington Post.
I tried to just search by using Banyamulenge as a keyword.
Ati nabashije kubasha gusoma nkoresheje ijambo ryitwa Banyamulenge kuri iki kinyamakuru.
As you can see, number of articles in between there was zero found.
Mubasha kureba i Washington Post niba hari ikintu yavuze ku Banyamulenge ni 0.
So that means they haven't talked about this.
Nukuvuga ngo ubwicanyi bw'Abanyamulenge kuri Washington Post nka kinyamakuru nta na rimwe bwigeze bwandika iyi nkuru.
That means less people are informed, completely don't know what is going on.
Nukuvuga ngo Abanyamerika abantu bake benshi ntabwo bazi ubu bwicanyi.
I took time to go to New Times.
Ati nabashije kujya mu kinyamakuru citwa New Times.
And I found one result.
Ati nasanze igisubizo kimwe.
I will try to go so quick because time is rushing. What they say is they were just analyzing what President Tshisekedi think of Rwanda.
Babashije kwandika uko President Tshisekedi nka President wa Congo atekereza ku Rwanda.
And this is quite irrelevant to our situation.
Kandi ibingibi cyane ntabwo bihuriye n'ikibazo twebwe ubwoko bw'Abanyamulenge dufite.
Nothing was said about the violence that Banyamulenge have been going through.
Ati nta na rimwe kino kinyamakuru cigeze cyandika ku bwicanyi bukorerwa ubwoko bw'Abanyamulenge.
I checked on BBC.
Nabashije kujya ku kinyamakuru citwa BBC.
There was one, as you can see, as well.
Naho mwasha kubona yuko abashije kubyandika ni rimwe gusa.
But I was using Banyamulenge. Maybe if you type with different keywords, maybe some will pop in. But in reality, they have a few of Banyamulenge.
Ati bakoresha iryo jambo Banyamulenge ati byibuze babashije kuvuga rimwe gusa.
What they say in there, it was about rebel movement M23, but they say the main argument is being backed by Rwanda.
Icyo babashe kuvugaho Abanyamulenge nuko nabo babivuze bavuga umutwe wa M23 bavuga ngo ushigikiwe n'u Rwanda.
Yes, and nothing about Banyamulenge as well. My time is quite running, 3 minutes left.
Ati igihe cyanye sigaranye iminota mikeya.
I checked on Telegraph, which is a UK media.
ati nabashe kuvuga Telegraph ni ikinyamakuru cyo mu
You can see the
Bwongereza
result is 0 as well.
ati nabo ni 0 ntaho bigeze bandika kubijyanye n'abanyamurenge.
So we have to blame the British government for that.
ati kandi abongereza bari aha ngaha turaza kubakwena.
The Guardian, the same.
Na Guardian ni 0.
BBC, they have few articles.
Ati byibuze BBC yanditseho amagambo makeya.
You can see there is one. Really, they say briefly the issues of the Banyamulenge.
Byibuze aba BBC rimwe bigeze kwandika bavuga ikibazo c'abanyamurenge.
They talk about the Tutsis in general, they are discriminated.
Bavuga yuko abatutsi muri rusange ari abantu batotezwa.
But is it enough?
Ariko ntibihagije.
One for RFI, which is a French media.
Imwe ni radio y'abafaransa.
They also talk briefly about the issue.
Nabo haraho bavuze rimwe bavuga ikibazo c'abanyamurenge.
So the time scale was 2017, 2022, 25.
Babivuze mu bihumbi 2021.
But still it was just a little.
Nabo ntibabivuje mu buryo buhagije babivuzeho gatoya.
This is a Belgian.
Iyi ngiyi Le Soir na ababirigi.
Only one article was found as
nabo
well.
banditse rimwe gusa ku banyamurenge.
So as I'm just concluding,
mu gusoza
I ask myself why the silence.
None nabashije kwibaza kubera iki uko guceceka.
And these are some explanations why.
Ni impamvu yatumye abantu baceceka.
Number one, I think, is geographical location of where we live.
Ijambo rya mbere ni mu buryo bw'imiturire aho ubwoko bw'abanyamurenge butuye.
The ground, you know, and the conflict restrict journalists from accessing.
Kuko kimwe ntekereza hari kugira ngo abanyamakuru babashe kugera imurenge biragoye.
But I don't think is convincing, because when there is willingness, still they can cover.
Ariko kandi iyo si impamvu abantu bakwishingikirizaho iyo hari ubushake abantu babasha kugera kuco bashaka.
Another challenge was narrative complexity.
Nanone ikindi ni nayo ni buryo bugoye kugera kuri izo information.
The conflict tended to be just simplified as you know, a tribal conflict.
Abantu benshi ubwicanyi bubona nkaho ari ubwicanyi bushingiye ku moko.
Or intercommunity conflict.
Cyangwa se nkari nk'amoko ahangana.
Why we have just one community being attacked by others.
None kubera iki ubwoko bumwe bwicwa mu gihe dufite ubwoko bumwe bwicwa n'andi moko.
So which is quite very dangerous when it's labeled in that way.
Igihe rero byumvikana gutyo byaba ari ikibazo gikomeye.
Another issue is the media prioritization from a Western point of view.
Kandi nanone ikindi gikurikiyeho ni uburyo abantu bo mu burengerazuba bw'isi ibinyamakuru byo hanze biyobowe.
The global media tend to prioritize issues touching their own interests.
Ati kuko ibi binyamakuru by'amahanga akenshi bikunze kuvuga inkuru zijyanye n'ibibazo byabo bwite ntibita ku by'abandi.
And the other issue within Congo is the underrepresentation of the Banyamulenge within the media sector.
Kandi nanone ntaba dufite baduhagararira mu bintu bijyanye n'itangazamakuru.
Because we have that trend that people tend to advocate for their own people.
Kuko nanone tukunze kubona yuko ahenshi cyane abantu nibo bivugira ubwabo.
Which again exposes us to higher risk of being discriminated.
Nanone kandi ibyo bigatuma kubera ko tudafite abavugizi mu binyamakuru bigatuma cyane dukomeza gukorerwa rino totezo.
By concluding,
mu gusoza,
the Banyamulenge face an existential threat largely ignored by global media.
Abanyamurenge bakomeje gukorerwa itotezwa kandi na leta yakagombye kubarengera bifitemo uruhare.
Academic and media actors must challenge the structure of silence. We shouldn't keep an eye.
Nanone abashakashatsi za kaminuza n'abandi bose n'ibindi bigo bishimikiye ko ntibakagombye guceceka batavuze buno bwicanyi.
This has to be voiced out for us to get the justice and the protection.
Nanone iri ryakagombye kuba ari ijwi risohoka kugira ngo tubone ubutabera.
Banyamulenge issues barely mentioned in international headlines.
Nanone kandi ikibazo c'abanyamurenge cyakagombye kumenyekana ku rwego mpuzamahanga.
So it's our responsibility to make our voices heard.
Nanone natwe dufite inshingano zo kuzamura ijwi ryacu kugira ngo abantu batwumve.
Thank you for your time.
Murakoze ku mwanya wanyu.
Thank you, Ben. A lot of stuff that Ben discussed. Actually, I didn't want to cut you, Ben, so sorry, I had to do it. A lot of issues that Ben discussed, we are going to take into the facilitation workshops, and they're going to be very important for what we're going to do next.
Ati nanone ibibazo byinshi bishobora kutavugirwa hano biraza kuvugirwa muri amatsinda abantu bari buze kujyamo.
Because I'm a chair, I feel like I have some power.
Kandi kubera yuko ndi umuyobozi nimo ndumva mfite nk'imbaraga nyinshi cyane.
And we did start the session late.
Ndagira ngo mbagaye yuko mwakererewe.
So my question to the facilitators is, are you okay, because I know we have teaching, are you okay if we start the session 15-20 minutes late and we're going to bite into the lunch session?
Ati ndagira ngo mbasabe tubasha gutangira amatsinda dukerereho iminota 15 kugira ngo bigere ku gihe cyo kujya gufungura.
So we're going to finish a little 15 minutes later. 15 minutes. Okay, yeah, 15 minutes. What I'm going to do, I'm going to pass it to Owen, and then we're going to take a few very quick questions, but a lot of discussions and a lot of things which are coming out from those presentations we are going to be doing on the facilitation.
Ati ngiye guha umwanya Professor Owen no habazwa ibibazo bikeya ariko ibibazo byinshi biraza kuvugirwa mu matsinda.
Good morning, thanks. So the fourth panelist, and I've been very happy that I build on the three others in what I want to say. To explain the specific focus of what I want to say today, you need to think about the framing options that I talked about yesterday. So one is about awareness, raising awareness, and Tilal was talking about that, and Ben also, very important.
Ibyo Professor Tirari amaze kuvuga nibyo Ben amaze kuvuga bisa naho biganisha mu byo nenda kuvuga nanjye.
But there's also another, amongst other areas, there's also the area of communicating clearly and providing a framework amongst the direct stakeholders who might do something internationally or locally.
Uburyo bwiza nukureba uburyo kino kibazo twakivuga mu buryo busobanutse tubibwira abaturage ba hano ariko n'uburyo mpuzamahanga kugira ngo bashe kumva ikibazo c'abanyamurenge.
And part of the reason we spoke about yesterday why there isn't
let go slowly because your English is not easy. Yeah, let's go Owen. Thank you so much. Ati Owen iyo amaze gushyuha ahita avuga nk'umuntu urimo guhanura.
And I'm always excited and passionate about these things.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
So in that framework about providing a framework in which it is more likely that those with some capacity to do something engage well.
Ati nanone mu buryo bwiza n'uburyo tuzavuga kino kibazo kubagomba gufata ibyemezo kugira ngo nabo bashe kugisobanukirwa neza.
So, and part of that is about ensuring that we develop shared understandings about the nature of about the context.
Nanone natwe ubwacu nuko tugira imyumvire imwe mu buryo twumva kino kibazo.
And in that context, I draw on what Tom said earlier about the importance of having shared understandings.
Nabashije kumva mu byo Tom yavuze mu buryo bwo gusangira imyumvire.
So much of my professional life, I have been involved in some way or other with developing or using conflict analyses.
Ati mu byo nabashije gukora igihe kinini mu bushakashatsi bwanjye n'uburyo bwo kuanaliza uburyo bw'amakimbirane.
And there are some lessons from experience.
Ati hari amasomo mfite mpereye ku bunararibonye.
One is that A lot of people have a tendency to oversimplify when they talk about conflict.
Akenshi ibyo nabashije kubona nuko abantu babyumva bukeyo mvuga ibintu bijyanye n'intambara.
So they talk about the conflict when in fact and often there are many.
Akenshi bavuga intambara ariko kandi hariho intambara zo mu buryo bwinshi.
Or they have an out-of-date understanding of the conflict.
Ikiba kigenderewe nuko batabasha gusobanukirwa n'icitwa intambara.
So they think they understand the conflict, but what they think they understand really reflects an understanding of 20 years ago or 10 years ago.
Bavuga yuko barimo bumva intambara ariko wareba usesenga ico barimo kumva bakabasha gutekereza izi ntambara zabaye mu myaka 20.
Or they have an oversimplified but adequate for them understanding of the conflict, which means that they can talk about it coherently, even though they deeply misunderstand.
Kandi bagasa naho basobanukiwe n'intambara bakabasha no kuba bayiganira ariko cyane cyane wareba ugasanga ibyo turimo kuvuga by'intambara ntabwo babyumvise.
So in the Eastern DRC, people other than the Banyamulenge
mu burasirazuba bwa Kongo n'abandi batari abanyamulenge
maybe think they understand the position of your community in those conflicts, but on what they've heard about what happened in the 1980s or the 1990s
bavuga yuko
or 2008.
Basobanukirwa n'ikibazo c'abanyamulenge ariko ugasanga ibyo barimo bavuga nibyo muri za 1998.
And of course this is very damaging because you cannot really begin to discuss ways beyond a conflict unless there are some shared understandings about what is real now.
Ati iki ngiki rero ni ikibazo kiba gikomeye iyo ukura intambara mu buryo irimwo ukayigereranya n'izindi ntambara.
So in this context I just want to share some points which help with the next steps in our process.
Ndagira ngo mu byo ngiye kuvuga hano ni bizadufasha tuvuye muri conference mu bundi buryo buzakurikira ibyo turimo uyu munsi.
Firstly, just the simple academic framing. It's always important to think about conflict complexes or multiple sets of conflicts.
Ati mu buryo buri academic nukureba izingaruka nibibazo biterwa n'izi ntambara.
In sub-Saharan Africa, but also many areas, you've got very complex conflicts, partly because there are international, regional, local, national, very local, all being combined.
Ngo muri South Sahara ngo harimwe intambara hirya no hino muri abihugu bya Afrika ariko ugasanga ni intambara ziterwa n'ibihugu mpuzamahanga n'ibihugu bikomeye ukagenda umanuka hasi ibibyo byose bifite inyungu muri izo ntambara.
Some things called conflicts are actually persecutions or crimes because groups are taking advantage of the chaos of war.
Nanone ibyitwa izi ntambara nuko hari abantu cyangwa za leta cyangwa amatsinda aprofita muri uburyo bw'ita intambara bagakora ibyo bumva.
And of course you know this is true in the Eastern DRC.
Kandi murabyumva murabisobanuke kuko ibingibi ni ukuri mu burasirazuba bwa Kongo.
So there are regional dimensions and the map is of the region.
Atahangaha hariho ama province ya Kongo.
There are national issues.
Muri Kongo harimo ibibazo rusange by'abakongomani bose.
So one big issue for the UN and for the international community
ati ikibazo kimwe gikomeye cha Nations Unies na opinion internationale,
including regional organizations such as East Africa Political Cooperation,
nanone ukagenda ukajya no kumashira hamwe nka East Africa Corporation,
but also the African Union,
kandi nanone ukagenda mu bumwe bwa Afrika,
is that you cannot solve the local conflicts until you've reinforced the Democratic Republic of Congo as a functioning legitimate state.
Nanone ntabwo wakemura ikibazo c'abakongomani c'itsinda ritoya ry'abantu udakemuye ikibazo kiri muri Kongo nk'ubuyobozi bwa Kongo ubwayo.
And so their discourse and their priorities are always about two things. What does it mean for building the state in the Congo? And what does it mean about Rwanda DRC conflict?
Ati icyo cyane cyane i politike mpuzamahanga biyitaho ni uburyo bareba uburyo bwo kureba ikibazo ca Kongo n'ubuyobozi bwa Kongo, bakareba Kongo n'u Rwanda intambara bafitanye, bakareba Kongo n'ibihugu bizengurutse Kongo.
So they have a filter which says, of course we hear there are many horrible conflicts in the Eastern Congo.
No, mu bitekerezo byabo bakavuga ngo yego twarabyumvise intambara ni nyinshi cyane mu gihugu ca Kongo.
But we don't want to talk about that yet because it will disrupt the process of Rwanda DRC conflict, of resolution, or improving the state in the DRC.
Bakavuga bati nubwo harimo ubwicanyi mu bantu mu moko, ariko ico ntaco twagikoraho, reka tubanze dushakira igisubizo c'u Rwanda, ibibazo u Rwanda rufitanye na Kongo, cyangwa se n'ibibazo bya Kongo ubwayo nka guverinema iyobora neza igihugu.
But how many people here think that the state in the DRC of Congo is going to be built sufficiently to get...
Ninde muntu wa hano utekereza yuko bazageraho bubaka neza ubuyobozi bwa Kongo, Kongo igatungana ikayobora neza,
to get accountability and legitimacy and good policing in Eastern Congo in the next 15 years?
Ati ninde wizera muri mwebwe yuko Kongo izagera ishira amategeko n'ubutabera n'abatuye uburasirazuba bwa Kongo bakagira amahoro, bishobora ntibizaba no mu myaka 15?
Not many.
Ni bande bizera ko ibyo bizashoboka mu myaka 15?
But some institutions find it very hard to admit that because of diplomacy.
Hari ama institution amwe ntashobora kubyumva ko ibyo bintu bishoboka.
So we have a task
dufite inshingano
of also operating and developing peace building agendas below the national level, at the local level.
Nanone dufite inshingano yo kubaka amahoro tudashingiye ngo turebe ubuyobozi bwa Kongo, ariko tukabuhera ku bantu bakeya, itsinda ry'abantu bakeya,
in a way that makes sense to local representatives, but also makes sense to the international community, so they understand what is meant.
Noneho tugahera mu buvugizi bubasha kubaka za community ntoya, ndetse na politike mpuzamahanga kabariho ikumva kino kibazo nayo.
And as soon as you go below the national level,
nanone iyo ugeze ku rwego rw'igihugu cyose,
you know that when you start to talk about the Kivus, that's North and South Kivu, the red is just recent violence.
Ati iyo uvuze muri Nord Kivu kavuga Sud Kivu, mu bwonko bwawe uhita wumva ubwishaye.
I can tell you that I've worked a lot in Kinshasa.
Ati ndagira ngo mbabwire nageze inshuro zitabarika muri Kinshasa.
There's very little interest in the complexities of these conflicts.
Ati Kinshasa iyo uvuze mu burasirazuba bwa Kongo nta nubwo nabo bwabo babyumva.
Because, as Ben said, it's so easily simplified. It's either Tutsi Congolese or Rwanda DRC or tribal violence.
Nkuko umuvandimwe Ben yabivuze, iyo uri Kinshasa ukavuga intambara mu burasirazuba bwako bahita bumva u Rwanda, abakongomani, abatutsi, kandi cyangwa bakumva ni intambara y'amoko.
Now you all know how large South Kivu is and how complex.
Ntimubasha kwiyumvisha uburyo Sud Kivu ari nini cyane.
But if you go to Brussels or New York,
ariko iyo ugiye mu Brussels cyangwa muri New York,
they have an image of a small simple place.
Bo bazi ngo mu burasirazuba bwa Kongo n'akantu gatoya.
So we need to develop and change those understandings.
Tugomba guhindura iyi myumvire yuko abantu batekereza yuko burasirazuba ari akantu gatoya, abantu bakamenya yuko ari Kigali cyane.
So that people have an understanding of the place of the Banyamulenga problems in the South Kivu and North Kivu and Ituri conflict.
Nanone abantu bagasobanukirwa n'ikibazo abanyamurenge bafite, abatutsi bafite, ndetse no muri Ituri bafite.
Now, of course, we all know, even at local level in South Kivu, the conflict issues are very complicated. And I've listed some here, but please don't feel you need to read them. We know that they're complicated.
Biragoye no kumvikana ibibazo biri hariya mu burasirazuba bwa Kongo, hari ibyo nabashije kwandika hangaha.
So in that complexity, unless you have rigor, people tend to emphasize only one or the other, and they get it wrong again.
Kandi nanone mu buryo abantu babasha kwibanda kuri kimwe bagira ngo barakemura kimwe bagasanga n'ubundi baribeshye.
I'm sure you know that I'm sure it will be believable to you that if you're in Brussels or London or New York or Addis Ababa talking about the conflicts in the Kivu, they will say, oh, it's all some mixture of Tutsi, Congolese, and mineral resource exploitation.
ati ibaze umuntu waba ari Buruseli ari London cyangwa ari Addis Abeba iyo bavuga intambara zo mu burasirazuba za Kongo bahita bumva ngo n'abatutsi ngo ni ibintu bya zahabu ni inoro barimo kurwanira.
And they're right. And they're wrong.
ariko hamwe bashobora kuba bumva ari ukuri cyangwa se ari n'ibinyoma.
They're right because these are definitely factors.
ariko kandi bihinduka ukuri kuko ibyo bavuga kenshi biba ari ukuri.
They're wrong because those are not necessarily the factors that are affecting the persecution of the Banyamulenge.
nanone kandi bikaba ibinyoma igihe bahuza zahabu bakayihuza n'ikibazo cy'abanyamulenge.
So that sets us an agenda which, as academics, we can help you with.
none reka dutekereze twebwe bakora ubushakashatsi
And that is
twabafasha kimwe ubwoko bw'abanyamulenge.
That is finding a framework for an up-to-date analysis.
ni ukuvuga ngo tugomba kureba uburyo bugezweho bwo gukora ubusesenguzi
That we can then use to discuss with all of the stakeholders and provide some framework which clarifies that there is something that can be done.
nanone tugomba gukora uko dushoboye nk'abashakashatsi tukabigeza ku babishinzwe kandi tukabasaba yuko hari uburyo bwakorwa kugira ngo kino kibazo gikemuke kandi cumvikane.
So, and that is an up-to-date conflict analysis of the sort I've implying, which we have experience with.
nanone tubasha kugira icitwa conflict uburyo bwo gukemura amakimbirane n'uburyo tubasha kubishira mu bikorwa.
But then there's another task.
ariko hari n'ikindi gikorwa tubasha gukora.
It's no good experts developing a conflict analysis which they believe.
nanone kandi ntabwo gusa ari aba expert nk'uko abantu batekereza bagomba gukora iri sesengura
Unless this is broadly agreed by honest people from within each of the relevant communities.
nanone kandi n'igihe n'ubwo bwoko butotezwa nabo bagomba kuba biteguye kuba bashigikira cyangwa bafasha mu buryo gukora buno busesenguzi.
So the process of discussing possible understandings of conflict is already the start of a peace building process.
nanone uburyo buganisha ku myumvire yo gusobanukirwa n'intambara nabwo buryo buganisha mu buryo bwo kubona ikisubizo kirambye.
Now, I'm not sure, because we need to learn from you, what are the opportunities. I know some of the international opportunities. You may know more about the DRC and local regional
aravuze ati
opportunities.
twebwe dufite byinshi tuzabigiraho, twebwe tuzi abategeka mpuzamahanga, ariko namwe muzi ibyo muvuga bibera mu burasirazuba bwa Kongo tubasha kubigiraho namwe mukatwigiraho.
Because my final point is, once you begin to develop not only an accurate conflict analysis, but a dialogue, a constructive dialogue in which people are improving it, then you have the opportunity of building strategic coalitions amongst stakeholders to do something useful.
ndabizi mu by'ukuri nubwo mutagera ku rwego rw'ikirenga, ariko iyo mutangiye kugira imyumvire ihuye mukaganira ibibazo mubasha no kubwira abayobozi n'abategetsi bagatangira gusobanukirwa n'amarorerwa dukorerwa.
Now, I and my colleagues, not only here but other colleagues that I've worked with in Europe and North America, understand some of the possible international coalitions.
aravuga ngo njyewe mubo dukorana hano abari no muri North America, abari muri Amerika, abari mu Buraya, dutangiye kugira imyumvire imwe isobanukirwa iki kibazo cizi ntambara.
But we also need to think about who are the potential groups that we can engage with, whose primary concern is South and North Kivu.
nanone kandi dutangiye gusobanukirwa yuko tugomba kugira abantu bibanze babanyakuri tubasha gukorana nabo kugira ngo tugere ikintu gikomeye twubaka.
So I hope that that's clear. I know it's short, but with that, that's just one extra contribution to the menu that's already been provided by the other
icyo nicyo
three.
nari mfite kunganiraho kimwe mu byo bagenzi banjye babashije kuvuga.
Thank you very much.
Murakoze cyane.
So, when I was doing my accounting of the time, are you?
mu gihe nabaraga umwanya
I didn't add extra time for translation. I didn't add extra time for translation.
ntabwo nigeze nongera umwanya kuri barya nari kumbwira ko nongeye umwanya.
Clearly, I was not very good at maths.
gusa nyine ntabwo yakoze imibare neza.
So we don't have time for questions, and we're going to take them for the next session.
Nta mwanya dufite w'ibibazo ubu nyine.
But I just wanted to say something. No, because we won't be able to ask the question, and we're going to run with the workshops. I'll be tough. Sorry, Anand.
Turaza gutanga umwanya w'ibibazo mu yindi sesi igiye kuza, bari bamwinginze ariko agize ubugugu.
But I just wanted to say, everything that we heard from the panelists, that is precisely what you're going to be engaging with in the next session.
Icyo ashaka kuvuga nuko ibyo mufite mwari kubaza n'ibyo twari tugiye gukora ubu nyine n'ibyo neza biza gukorwa muri sesi ikurikiraho.
But I wanted to say one thing for me.
Ndashaka kuvuga ikintu kimwe nkanjye.
And yesterday was a day about developing basic trust and understanding between us.
Ejo wari umunsi wo kubaka icyizere n'uburyo bwo kumvana neza hagati yacu twenyine.
And I wanted to say something about suffering.
Ndashaka kubabwira ikintu kijyanye n'umubabaro n'agahinda.
I told this to my group yesterday, but I have a very complicated relationship with the term genocide.
Nabibwiye abo twari mu itsinda rimwe ko ngira imyumvire igoye n'uburyo bwo kumva icyo twita genocide.
Now I'm not going to go into details because we don't have time.
Sinja mu magambo menshi kuko dafite umwanya.
But I personally, from my family experience, feel entitled to have a complicated relationship with the word genocide.
Kubera amateka yanje y'umuryango wanje ngirana ibibazo byo kumva kimwe na world genocide na umuryango ushi. Yes. Is it word or word?
Word genocide.
Ijambo ryitwa genocide.
2 years ago, I was on workshops in Johannesburg.
Myaka ishize ibiri nari muri workshop Johannesburg ni muri Afrika y'Epfo.
With much smarter people than all of us here.
Twari mu bantu benshi baruta abangaba bari hano.
From ministries of education, educators, teachers.
Bavuye muri ministere y'uburezi, abigisha n'abarimu.
And there were people from the Gambia.
Hari abantu bavuye muri Gambia.
There were people from Nigeria.
Abantu bavuye muri Nigeria.
There were people from Rwanda and Namibia.
Abantu bari bavuye mu Rwanda no muri Namibia.
There were people from Mozambique and there were people from South Africa.
Hari abantu bavuye muri Mozambique na Afrika y'Epfo.
After 2 days of talking about similar issues and genocide and Holocaust,
nyuma y'iminsi ibiri tuvuga ku bintu bijanye na genocide n'ubwicanyi ndengakamere,
everybody started to compete about whose suffering is bigger.
Abantu batangiye kuja impaka ngo se ni bande bababaye cyane.
And one by one,
buri wese
representative of all the countries
bavuye muri ibyo bihugu bitandukanye
wanted their suffering to be recognized as genocide.
Bose bageragezaga kumvikanisha ko ibyababayeho ari genocide.
And if we know the legal implication of that happening, we know why.
Iyo tuzi come again.
If we know the legal implications,
iyo tumenya uburyo ikijanye n'amategeko,
we know why.
Tumenya n'impamvu.
But in the whole discussion,
ariko mu byo twaganiriye byose,
we're starting to lose ourselves.
Twatangiye kwibura twenyine.
And the most shocking moment for me,
ikintu cyambabaje cyane,
were when colleagues from South Africa insisted that apartheid is actually a genocide.
Ni igihe abantu bo muri South Africa bo muri Afrika y'Epfo bagaragaje ko apartheid yari genocide.
A country that is the only country in the world that experience apartheid to the level that South Africa did, still wants apartheid, some of them still want apartheid to be recognized as genocide.
Nka Afurika y'Epfo bagerageje gukomeza kumvikanisha n'ubu baracyumvikanisha ko apartheid yakagombye kuba genocide.
And in that moment, after 2 days of getting very tired,
nyuma y'iminsi ibiri tumaze kunanirwa,
we had a judge, a very famous judge, Judge Goldstone,
ko umuntu uzwi nk'umucamanza Goldstone,
who was involved in the genocide cases in Yugoslavia and Rwanda.
wabaye cyane mu biganiro bya jenoside yo muri Yugoslavia no muri jenoside yo mu Rwanda.
He asked the room,
yabajije abari mu nama,
do you really think the woman that is raped,
mutekereza ko umugore wahohotewe,
do you think that people that are being killed right now,
mutekereza ko uwamuhohoteye yakagombye kwicwa ubunyine,
really care about our argument? Really care? Do you think it's really important for them how we're going to label the suffering?
mutekereza ko umuntu uba wakoze ibyo ngibyo yita cyane ku mubabaro n'agahinda yateye uwabikorewe?
Or do you think
cyangwa mutekereza ko
there is something else that we need to know or do now?
mutekereza ko hari ikindi kirenzeho dushobora kumenya cyangwa tuzi?
So the next session is going to be all about what you want us to hear, know, and about next steps of things that we need to do.
muri sesi itaha ikurikiraho dukeneye kubumva mutubwira icyo mutekereza n'icyo mwumva twakora mu minsi iri imbere, ariko tukakimenya tukanacyumva tukanacyumvikanaho.
And again, everything that we heard
kandi ibyo twumvishije muri aba bantu
and all the questions and answers that we didn't ask
n'ibibazo n'ibisubizo tutaranasubizwa
will be now feeding to identifying practical steps of what next.
biraza kudufasha mu buryo bufatika kukigiye gukurikira nyuma y'iyi conference.
So the group that was here yesterday afternoon stays with me.
Abantu bari hano ejo twari turi kumwe hano baraguma hano n'ubundi.
Group that was with Uta goes upstairs where you were yesterday.
Abantu bari kumwe na Uta barasubira hejuru aho bari barejo.
And the group that was with Sudhir and Nisha, please go upstairs to the small breakout room. We are not going out of the building today.
Where would they be?
Upstairs in a small room where the lunch was.
Okay, abantu bari kumwe nawe ejo araza kubereka aho baba bari kuko ntibasubira ahandi bari bari.
And see you at lunch.
No, not yet.
Oh, no. Sorry.
There are some people today who are here today and they were not here yesterday.
Okay.
So, abantu batari hano ejo twabasaba ko muhaguruka.
They can stay here.
Kugira ngo turebe uko bangana, they can all stay here.
Yeah, you can all stay here.
Mwese ngo musigare hano n'ubundi twari dufite itsinda rito. Murakoze. Tugiye kuri lunch muryoherwe kandi Imana ibihumurishe.
We are going for the facility session now, but because I'm not going to see all of you together, after the facility workshops, we are having lunch. Sorry. Facility workshops now.
first group to present.
Reka dusabe itsinda rya mbere group 1 kuza gutanga report. Uhagarariye group ya mbere atambuke hano imbere.
Okay. So it says 5 minutes. So that's
Ni
what
minota 5.
Yeah. He has to catch a train. So that's why.
Reka turindire Maria afate train atugere.
No, not Maria. The gentleman.
Oh, Fidel.
Okay, sir, it's yours. Come.
So we were talking till the last minute, so we didn't manage to prepare the briefing, so we're just gonna brief from the short summary.
I think I'll be comfortable to talk
in English?
in my language. Get somebody to
translate. Reka dusabe Steve azadufashe.
Twebwe ibyo twakozeho hariho topic nka zitatu.
We've got 3 topics we covered so far.
Hariyo bise ngo ni future generation.
There is one they called future generation.
Kugira ngo habeho future generation,
for future generation to be,
abantu bagomba kubanza gusobanukirwa amateka yabo.
We have first to learn more about their history.
Urubyiruko rukamenya amateka,
young generation to know their history,
bakamenya icyo bazira,
to know why they are persecuted.
Ubundi nk'igitsina gore muri kiriya gihugu cacu nk'abanyamulenge,
females in our country and as Banyamulenge,
bagira hariho violence zibakorerwa zirenze izo abandi bakorerwa.
They are more violated than others.
Ejo twatanze nk'urugero, abandi mu ntambara kenshi baba viole.
For instance, others they are also violated.
Ariko abadamu cyangwa se abategarugori b'abanyamulenge icyo kibazo basangiye n'abandi bahura naco baba viole.
Yeah, so Banyamulenge, they also face the same issue.
Ariko kandi bakagira ikibazo cy'umwihariko cyo kuba boshingirwa ababafashe iminyago.
So they also have their uniqueness in this regards when it comes to be married forcefully by these people.
Bagashingirwa ababiciye abagabo babo.
They get married forcefully to these people who killed them. To the people who killed their husbands.
Ikindi twatekereje kuri iyi future generation,
and another thing we gathered in regards with this future generation,
bagomba gushaka ubuvugizi.
So advocacy is needed.
Bakivugira bonyine
and advocate for themselves.
Mbere yuko ikibazo bagihereza ababavugira,
before others may intervene for them,
bagomba bonyine kubanza kwishakamo imbaraga zo kwikura mu kibazo.
Self-resilience has to start.
Hanyuma kugira ngo duhereze abandi umwanya, reka tuvuge ku cyo bise ngo ni general public.
Let's talk about the general public.
Abanyamulenge ubundi n'abantu bafite identite yabo.
Banyamulenge, they have got their own identity.
batagomba kwitiranwa cyangwa se kuba kwitiranwa n'abandi bantu.
Not to be confused with any other population's identity.
Bafite uburyo bwabo babayeho.
They have their way of living.
Ndetse bafite n'ibiryo byabo.
They have their own food or gatimo, as they mentioned.
Maria ndetse yigeze kutubwira ngo tuzagire Banyamulenge restaurant.
One of us said, Maria said that we have to have a Banyamulenge restaurant in the UK.
Everywhere.
And everywhere.
Hanyuma Abanyamulenge nkuko twari tubivuze babaye marginalize.
They have been discriminated.
Bashirwa ku ruhande mu buryo butandukanye nuko abandi ndagira ngo bigizwayo.
Sidelined differently from others.
Mu buryo rero bagomba guhita batangira vuba.
So they have to start the quickest possible.
Kugerageza kwirwanaho kwivuganira
To
bonyine.
defend themselves.
Abanyamulenge ni abantu nk'abandi.
They are people like any other.
Iyo baja kwicwa bagira ukuntu babanza kubambura nk'ubumuntu.
When they're going to target them, they dehumanize them first.
Rero bagomba guhaguruka bakimenyekanisha ko ari umuntu ari race ari abantu nk'abandi.
So it has to be known that they are like other people.
Okay. Reka nsimbuke mvuge ku kintu kuri policies zishobora gushirwaho.
I'm going to skip to the policies that should be made.
Batubajije batese nk'abantu bashinzwe kuba boshiraho policies zirengera Abanyamulenge hokorwa iki?
As policymakers, what can they do?
Nukubamenyesha ubwa mbere ubwicanyi dukorerwa.
For the persecution to be known, the persecution against Banyamulenge.
Ubundi bagomba gukorerwa protection y'umwihariko.
It has to be an extra layer of protection specifically to them.
Hari icyo twavuze ko bishoboka bakaja munsi y'icyo bita under UNESCO heritage as protected site.
If possible, to go under UNESCO protection.
Kuko Abanyamulenge ni abantu basa n'abari muri voie de disparition.
It's seemingly to be in the way of
rero bagomba kugira umwihariko wo kwitabwaho cyane.
So it has to be taken care after them.
Bibaye bishoboka bakaba represente batanatowe mu nzego zifata ibyemezo mu gihugu.
If possible, to be represented in an abnormal way.
Ubundi abaturage b'abakongomani ndetse n'abafata ibyemezo bagomba gukora ibishoboka kugira ngo babanishe Abanyamulenge n'andi moko.
The social cohabitation it has to be. I think my time is over.
Second group.
Thank you. Thank you.
Arakoze cyane.
In our session, we were with Dr. Utekeli.
Muri session yacu mu gice twari turimo na Dr. Utekeli.
But she's not available. She's teaching now.
Nawe ari hejuru karigisha.
Yeah, we've got some summary regarding the topic that they give us.
Mu ncamake y'ibyo twari twahawe gukora.
But in 3 minutes that they give me, I'm going to use just to. In 3 minutes, I'm going to just use to.
Arakoresha iminota itatu gusa.
We have discussed the issue for our nationality as Congolese, but
turavuga kuri ku birebana na nationality yacu nk'abakongomani
is not acceptable
ntago yemerwa
either for our neighbors in Congo,
byenda bivuye ku baturanyi bacu muri Congo,
either for the foreign country,
cyangwa no kuba ku bihugu zo hanze ku bindi bihugu.
For this misunderstanding, they may use it as a tool of
kubera yuko hari ukuntu bazitiranya ariko bigakorwa mu buryo nkana.
We have discussed again the right and the protection of Banyamulenge.
Twavuze ku burenganzira n'uburyo bw'abanyamulenge bakwiriye kurindwa
by stopping negative speech,
mu guhagarika imvugo z'inzangano, imvugo zihembera inzangano,
which have been used for since 1960 up to now,
zakoreshejwe kuva mu 1960 kugeza ubu.
And the fourth thing we discussed is regarding the interest of some countries.
Ikindi cyaganiriweho ni inyungu z'ibihugu runaka.
They may come to our country by their behind curtain mining exploration.
Kuba baza mu gihugu ariko bafite impamvu zabo bwite.
And they will mention that they want to protect Banyamulenge.
And bakaza bavuga yuko baje kurinda abanyamulenge.
And that is not only the regional country.
Ntago ari ikibazo cy'akarere.
It may be even the West.
Birashoboka yuko cyo bari n'ikibazo kigera mu burengerazuba bw'isi.
And as advocate,
nk'abantu bakora ubuvugizi,
as the mayor said yesterday,
nkuko meya yabivuze ejo hashize,
we thank some MPs,
turashimira cyane bamwe mu bashinga amateka,
some university like Bradford University now, the thing we are starting
ndetse n'ama university nka Bradford.
And we ask this advocacy to put more effort.
Turifuza yuko hoshirwa imbaraga nyinshi
in case of stopping the
kugira ngo
killing of Banyamulenge.
Ubwicanyi abanyamulenge bahura nabwo buhagarike.
We thank you so much.
Turabashimira.
The first question is, what do we want our future generation to know or to hear about Banyamulenge?
Ikibazo cya mbere kiravuga ngo ico.
What do we want our future generations to hear or know about Banyamulenge?
Niki twifuza yuko urubyiruko rw'ejo hazaza rwomenya?
The first point is we want our future generation to know and to fight injustice and to learn the native language and the background.
Turifuza yuko bomenya akarengane duhura nako ndetse n'amateka yacu.
Another thing is how the older generations scared and what they don't know what happened in Congo.
Abantu bakuru.
Another thing is how the older generations are scared and they don't know what's going on in Congo.
Abantu bakuru ngo bafite ubwoba kandi ntago bazi neza ikibirimo bibera mu gihugu.
And how the public won't know anything in case you have acknowledged them and spoke about it clearly to them.
Ndetse nico bubwira public.
That's me.
The second question that we discussed was, what do you want policymakers to know or hear?
Ico abanyamateka ico abashinzwe gushiraho gufata ivyemezo bokora.
The first thing that we said is the urgent need to recognize and protect the rights of the Banyamulenge community.
ya kurengera uburenganzira bw'abanyamulenge.
And the importance of addressing the root causes of conflict in the Eastern DRC.
Gukemura ikibazo buhereye mu mizi y'ikibazo.
And also the situation of what is happening back home and how the government should be accountable, and they are ultimately also creating the conditions to make this war possible.
Yakuba guverinoma yabifata mu maboko igahangana n'ikibazo kugezaho igikemura. Guverinoma yabo.
And also the significance of promoting access to education and healthcare to the Banyamulenge community.
Gutanga amahirwe y'ibanze kugira ngo abantu bagire amahirwe yo kugira y'uburezi.
Because as they come, they war, they destroy schools, houses.
Ya intambara zisenya amashuri, amazu.
So people have no shelter or
abantu bafite aho kuba.
And also we discussed that there's need for policies that promote social cohesion and reconciliation among diverse communities.
Ya ndetse ko hoshirwaho ubumwe n'ubwiyunge.
And there's also people that identify as Banyamulenge.
Abantu bavuga ko ari abanyamulenge.
But they distribute fake news.
Bakaba batanga amakuru atari meza.
And then they leave an image of the Banyamulenge to people that are outside of the community.
Ya abantu bagenda bagaragaza amasura isura itari nziza y'abanyamulenge hanze.
Because they distribute bad news and it doesn't allow us to move forward as a community.
Kubera ko amakuru ari abakuru atari meza ntibituma dutera imbere nka community.
And ultimately what we want to reach is the long-term benefits in investing in community development and empowerment initiatives.
Ya kuba bo haba amahirwe yo kugira ngo abantu bagire ico bakora mu rwego rwo kwiteza imbere.
Thank you.
Super. Thank you very much.
Barakoze cyane.
I think now we are ready to move to our panelists. I think they have set the example, so I hope I don't have to use the 1 minute and 3 minute.
Yeah, tugiye kuja ku mwanya wo kwakira aba panelists bacu kandi bwira yuko abadangije batanze urugero rwiza.
Can we start with Soy?
Harakoze kumpa umwanya.
Thank you so much for giving me some time.
Bambaye iminota 5 ariko ndavuga myihuta nyine nubwo
bigoye. I've been given 5 minutes. I'll try to be faster.
Nje nitwa Soleil, abayeje yani ni waza banyita ngo Soli kimwe nuko nyine mu mwumva hari.
My name is Soleil, but sometimes they call me Sally.
Njewe mpagaze hano nk'umunyamulenge kazi.
I'm here as a Munyamulenge female.
Wavukiye muri Congo.
Who was born in Congo.
Ariko asa n'utishimiye igihugu yabayemo.
And who appears like he doesn't like the country where he was born. The country he is born in.
Impamvu mbivuze gutyo suko ncanga.
For saying that, it's not because she doesn't like her country.
Ariko ni experience nakiboneyemo.
But it's the experience she has gone through.
Nabonye intambara nkiri umwana muto hafi y'imyaka 4.
I've seen wars since I was a child of 4 years.
Kugeza aho twari dutuye hambere bahatwimura mbona abantu bapfa ndi mutoya.
Until we relocated to another area and seeing people dying when she was young.
Dutotezwa ku mashuri.
We've been harassed at schools.
Kugeza aho twageze mu 2004 ndihuse kugira ngo ngere mu Burundi wenda nshaka kuvuga.
I'm now going to skip up to 2004.
Ico gihe nariho na famille yanje n'abandi banyamurenge benshi.
That time I was with my family and other Banyamulenge community around.
Tuzi ko tubonye ubuhungiro mu gihugu c'abaturanyi.
We found a refuge in a neighboring country, Burundi.
Ariko ntango ariko byagenza aho kubona ubuhungiro nibo basubiye kuhatwicira.
Well, it's a different story. Where we go, we sought refuge. That's where we had faced the killing.
Ndumwe mu bacika cumu.
She's one of the survivor.
Na ari umupapa umwe wabuze ndibaza ntakiri hano mu docteur wabuze wa kabiri yabuze ngo bakeneye ibihamya.
There is one who said that they want evidences.
I'm the one of the evidences.
She's the one of the evidences.
Kubera ko nabibonye nabibayemo.
She has seen that bad experience. She has lived this bad experience.
Ariko ndishima Imana ko ndiho kandi mbabwira aya makuru.
Thank God for being alive.
Rero nagiye mpura n'ibintu bya challenges bigenda biba nka trauma muri njewe.
It looks like I'm traumatized.
Nabo tuvukana hari igihe byatubagaho.
Even my siblings, we are traumatized.
Hari igihe nza nibuka twagiye mu Rwanda dusa n'abahunze kandi mu Burundi.
I remember again we fled from Burundi to Rwanda looking for refugee.
Ibintu bya uwo munsi ndanibuka imvura yaraguye umuryango urakubita cyane.
That time it has rained hardly and the door slammed.
Je na mukuru wanje twavugije induru quartier yose irabyuka.
I and my old sister, we shouted until the rest of the surrounding areas, they were heard from the surrounding areas.
Twahumurijwe n'abasirikare b'igihugu.
Security services, the one who came for us to comfort us.
Mu buryo abaturage babagiye ati aba bana bavuye mu bintu bikomeye mu bihanganira.
Neighbors, the ones who explained to the security services that we have gone through hardships.
Ibyo ni ibintu nabayemo nabonye.
This is what I have seen, I have lived.
Mu kurangiza reka nihute.
As I conclude,
ndashimira abantu university yatwemereye kuba yakora ikintu kuri iki kintu cy'abanyamurenge.
I want to thank this university for having started this project.
Tubafitiye icyizere.
We believe in you.
Kandi turabizi ko ijwi ryanyu rishobora kuzagera kure.
And we believe that your voice can be heard.
Rero twari kuvuga menshi dutanga testimony irambuye ariko kubera umwanya.
We could speak more giving testimonies of what we've gone through, but because of time,
ndumva nahagarikira aho ngo murakoze.
She feels like stopping from here.
Maria was teaching me how to say murakoze.
Maria ngo yamwigishe kuvuga ngo murakoze.
Thank you. So we know that this is a process that requires a lot more time, right? So what we are doing here yesterday and today is a starting of trying to create that awareness and also to develop a deeper understanding.
Turabizi ko ari procedure izasaba igihe kirekire ariko uyu munsi cyo twifuza no kugira ngo tumenyekanishe ikibazo ndetse turusheho no kucinjiramo.
And evidence is not for us, but we have to take that evidence.
Evidence ntago ari izabo ngo bazibike bazigumane ahubwo no kuzigira ngo zigere aho zashoboka.
And such evidence includes various types, not just data, but also the personal experiences and everything. So that's what we have to figure out, the ways in which we can,
izo evidence zaca muri etape nyinshi cyane. So no kuzihanganira.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Right. So Nyakibichi. So yeah.
Murakoze.
Thank you so much.
Naje mpagaze aha ngaha mu rwego rw'abagore b'abanyamulenge nk'umwana wavuka imurenge.
I'm here as a Munyamulenge woman who was born in Mulenge.
Turavugaho bikeya ni byinshi.
We can speak a lot, but we'll try to be brave.
Yeah. Ndavugaho bikeya kuko ntabwo kuvuga bikeya suko tubuze ibyo tuvuga.
To brief it, it's not because we don't have many things to say.
Ahubwo n'umwanya niyo twamara n'umwaka.
It's because of the time.
Twabonye ntago twabirangiza.
We can even last a year, but we can't finish it.
Ariko turavuga ibishoboka mu ncamake.
We'll try to speak what is possible.
Ntaratangira mbanje gushimira abateguye kino gikorwa.
Before I start, I want to thank the organizers of this conference.
Murakoze cyane, Imana ibamugisha.
Thank you so much.
Ico mperaho ndavuga nk'akarengane k'umugore w'umunyamurenge ibyo babonera muri Kongo batangiye babona kugeza n'ubu ngubu.
I'll speak about the heinous atrocities we've gone through all the time as Banyamulenge.
Nubwo abantu bose babona akarengane ariko abagore bo bafite umwihariko.
Even though everyone has, different people have gone through these atrocities, but Banyamulenge have their speciality, have their uniqueness.
Kuko bagiye babivuga abambere hari ukuntu bakorerwa ihohoterwa ry'agashinyaguro biteye ubwoba.
They heinously torture them.
Kubyo bakorerwa ihohotera n'ababica.
And before they kill them, they are perpetrators.
Babafata ku ngufu bakaba bokuramo ingwara.
They rape them and they may end up by having some diseases out of it.
Ikindi kandi mu buryo bwo gufatwa ku ngufu bakaba bobyara abana b'abanzi babo.
And sometimes they deliver yes, they deliver from their killers.
Bakabajana iminyago.
And they take them hostage.
Ico twavugaho cyane nkuko ubona umwanzi wawe akaza abagore ibibazo bagenda bahura bitandukanye n'abandi nkuko twabivuze ku buryo waba ufashe nk'umwana ukaba ufite umwana w'uruhinja cyangwa se incuke umuntu akaba yoza nk'abariya nyine baza kutugwanya bakaza bakagukura umwana wawe mu maboko aho umukikiye bakamwica ubireba.
Imagine having your own baby and they take this baby out of you and they kill you in the face of your kid.
Bakakwicira umugabo wawe ubibona mu maso yawe.
They kill your kid when you can see and even your husband in your face.
Bamara bakagenda bakabari kandi baja bakagushingirwa ukaba umugore wabo.
Afterwards they take you as a wife of humiliation.
Mwumva ko gwashinyagurirwa umugore w'umunyamurenge abonera iriya iwacu muri Kongo.
Can you imagine that?
Ikindi twabivugaho none wacitse kwicuma ukaba baje bagahungira mu bihuru.
Those who survive and run in the bushes.
Ukuntu bagenda bakabyarira mu mashamba.
You deliver from bushes.
Nta kintu bafite cyo gusasira abana.
Without any other help.
Cyangwa se ngo babororose banyagirwa ku misozi.
Without any coverage.
Ni ibintu bibabaje cyane.
It is really sad.
Nanone ibyo ngibyo bizagenda bikatu affecta abantu bagatekereza bamwe ugasanga babikuremwo n'ingwara twavuga ngo nizo mu mutwe kubera gutekereza gutyo.
This is where the trauma comes from.
Kandi dufite igihugu cacu kitureberera ticite kubyo duhura nabyo.
And we seem to be having a country that looks after us.
Ku buryo dufite n'abana benshi bagiye bajanwa iminyago bari mu bihugu byinshi bitandukanye nka za Tanzania n'ahandi. Ibyo nabyo birahari.
We've got so many kids who had taken for hostage in neighboring countries like Tanzania.
Ubwo nyine bajanwe n'abanzi bacu bagiye bashimuta abana barabatwara.
Our enemies.
N'ubu ngubu ni ikintu umunyamurenge wese ahari kiza kigenda kikamubabaza kubona abana bacu babajanye iminyago bakagenda bakabakoresha imirimo y'agahato. Ni ikintu umunyamurenge wese ahari azagenda agatekereza twabuze umuntu azatekereza ukabura igisobanuro kandi leta yacu irabizi ariko ntacize ibikoraho.
This is the most shocking thing in our community. So to have this history of our kids being kidnapped and being taken as a hostage and taken out in other countries where we can't do anything.
Nanone tumaze guhungira hano nkatwe turi hano,
as people who have got refuge in this country,
nanone twagiye tugira imbogamizi zitandukanye.
We are still facing many challenges.
Icambere dufite ibikomeri tutavuwe.
We've got we need to be healed from our trauma.
Ikindi kandi tukaba dufite imbogamizi z'ururimi.
We've got barriers with the language.
Ntabwo tubona akazi nkuko bikwiye kubera imbogamizi z'ururimi tutahawe twavugishwa amahirwe yacu.
Is less than any other person in this country.
Muri ibyo zose tugenda duhura n'imbogamizi imico itandukanye.
Different cultures and values.
Abana tufite hano bafite imico yabagiye bafata imico ya hano, nanone ugasanga nabyo biragoye n'imico yacu kugira ngo tubihuze.
Now there is a shock in terms of our children's culture and our culture because they learn from this country different culture than the one we have.
Ikindi narangirizaho ni byinshi kuko nabivuze ntago twabivuga tukabirangiza. Ejo niho meya yavuze ngo tubaye dufite ama community center bakaza batuganiriza. Ndumva ariho twavuga ibintu byimbitse kandi byinshi tugenda tudetaya buri kintu cyose tuvuga ihohoterwa abagore bakorerwa.
We want a community center, as yesterday Mayor has said that we really want it and we can deeply speak about it.
Ariko icyo narangirezaho no kuvuga ngo iyindi mbogamizi duhura nayo no gutunga abantu bacu basigaye iriya tudafite inkamu zihagije.
So we've got another problem because we are still linked to the people back in Africa. We support them and we don't have enough income, so it's a challenge.
Tudafita utuzi nkuko twabivuze nyine dufite imbogamizi z'ururimi ariko tugashaka uburyo tubatunga tutabishoboye uburyo tubambika uburyo tubarisha kubera ibibazo baba barimo.
Yeah, it's up to us to feed them and to clothe them. So it is still hard for us as we live a low income.
Ariko turizera ibi ngibi byose kuko mwateganyije buriya hari impamvu Imana yadufasha namwe kuko mufite ijwi riremere cyangwa ryagera kure. Turabizi neza hamwe n'Imana kuko hari igihe ahari bzacamo natwe tukazagira uburenganzira nk'ubwo abandi bantu bose.
Yeah, we believe in your advocacy. We think one day we'll have our rights back.
Murakoze.
Thank you so much.
So Dean and Owen have given me, I think, the most difficult job. Because this, there's nothing I can say to follow. Of course, we are academics and we are here in terms of our academic framing to look at the bigger picture, but we also have some practical ideas.
Yeah, bari hano kugira ngo barebe ico bokora nk'abashakashatsi aho kandi hari ubujyanama butanga mu buryo bufatika.
And one of those is kind of trying to see if there is any university program that we can tap into. So one of those is there is a enterprise center here. So I have spoken to Professor Paul Toning. He might come this afternoon if he comes. Yeah.
Yeah, korareba ko hari ama departement bo korana nayo hari Dr.
Paul Toning. He might come. Yeah, Professor.
Professor Balton ashobora kuza hano muri uyu mugoroba.
So he's professor of enterprise.
He's a professor wa enterprise.
How to start up a business, what are the tools available, things like that.
ukuntu ushobora gutangira gukora umushinga wa business n'ibisabwa byose.
We think that that will be a very useful avenue, especially for those who are around Bradford, because the panel says issues and priorities for Banyamulenga community in the UK. So I think we can use that as one of the framings.
Yeah, bashobora kubikoresha cyane cyane nk'abatuye hano Bradford.
Yeah. So if he comes, I will give him 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
naza hano ndamuhereza umwanya abaganiriza.
So he will tell us more.
Arababwira byinshi.
Yeah. Okay. Shall we? I think it's Justin. Yeah.
Murakoze cyane.
Thank you so much.
Ndakoresha ururimi rwacu.
I'm going to use my local language
kugira ngo mbashe kuvuga neza,
so that I can be as fluent as possible.
Hari igihe ukoresha urundi rurimi,
sometimes you may use another language,
ugasanga ijambo wari ugiye kuvuga nturivuze neza,
and you miss your proper way to use.
Ndabanza shimire university.
Let me thank the university.
Shimira na Bradford Council.
The Bradford Council as well.
Umuntu utuye Bradford.
As a Bradford citizen.
Ngira ngo ubu ni inshuro ya gatatu.
This is my third time.
Ubwa mbere bampaye access yo gukora imyigaragambyo twamagana ubwicanyi bukorerwa abanyamurenge.
The first time I was given access to demonstrate.
Mwarabibonye ku mateleviziyo na BBC yarabivuze.
He has gone through different outlets.
Hanyuma council yaje kumpuza.
Talked about it.
Council yaje kumpuza n'ikinyamakuru cyitwa Telegraph and Argus.
The council has linked him to another outlet, Telegraph.
Ni ikinyamakuru kiri local muri Bradford.
It's a local media in Bradford.
Twakoze article ivuga ku bwicanyi abanyamurenge bakorerwa.
There was a media coverage about the Banyamulenge atrocities.
Iyi ni inshuro ya gatatu rero city ya Bradford ifatikanyije na kaminuza.
So this is the third time the city of Bradford in connection with the university
bagira uruhare mu kwamagana ubwicanyi bukorerwa abanyamurenge,
playing a role to advocate for Banyamulenge, the atrocities Banyamulenge are going through.
Iki ni ikintu ciza cyane. Bradford ni inshuti z'abanyamurenge.
So Bradford, in short words, are friends of Banyamulenge.
Murakoze cyane. Ngewe ndavuga ingorane se cyangwa challenges abanyamurenge bagira iyo tugeze hano.
He's going to speak about the challenges in this country Banyamulenge go through in this country.
Iyo abanyamurenge bageze hano,
when they come in this country,
tugira challenges nk'iz'abandi bantu bavuye mu bihugu bitandukanye.
We have similar challenges like any other person from other countries.
Ariko tugira umwihariko.
But we have some uniqueness or indifference.
Kubera ko majority y'abanyamurenge bari hano,
because the majority in this country of Banyamulenge
ni impunzi.
They are refugees.
Kubera ko ari impunzi,
because they are refugees,
ntibagize access kuri education.
They haven't got access to education back in Africa.
Noneho rero ibyo ngibyo bigatuma batiintegra neza muri society ya British society.
It's an impediment to the integration process in this country.
Kubona akazi kabikebazo.
Gaining access to jobs, it's a problem.
Kubera ko nta qualification ikwiriye cyangwa impamya bushobozi dufite.
Because they have qualifications.
Kandi usanga akazi kaha basaba ngo ugomba kuba ufite impamya bushobozi runaka.
Yeah, in many professional jobs here, you have to be having a qualification.
Tukagira n'ikibazo cha mental health.
There is also a problem with mental health.
Ariko zitabaye diagnosed
and
zitasuzumwa.
Yeah, diagnosed mental health issues.
Kubera ko nta access daboro y'ibitaro dufite hano nk'umuntu utavuga ururimi kugira ngo yesprime ku kivugo ciwe.
As someone who lacks the knowledge to express himself, it's very hard to speak even about your problems.
Urashobora kuba ufite uburenganzira nk'undi muntu wahawe ubuhungiro.
You might be having the same rights.
Ariko ukagira imbogamizi y'ururimi kubera kutize.
Because of the lack of the knowledge skills, you can't speak it out.
Yeah, akaba ikindi kibazo cha economy integration.
And another thing is economy integration.
Abanyamurenge nta income bafite zihagije kubera ko utuzi duhabwa.
We don't have enough income due to the type of work.
Na kazi kari kuri minimum wage kadashobora gutunga umuryango.
We are running on a minimum wage jobs.
Nayo mafaranga tubonye,
even those few outcomes from
low
income jobs,
tugomba kuyagaburamo tukoherereza abagenzi bacu bari hariya.
We take a share or a part of it and send back to Africa to support our relatives.
Kubera ko umutungo wabo kamere batakiwugira.
Because they have no wealth at all to live on.
Ikindi nuko iyo no kubona aya mafaranga iyo tuyohereje,
when we send out this money to them,
hari igihe atanabageraho kubera ikibazo cha security.
Sometimes they don't have access to this money because of the security.
So ugasanga abari hariya bari mu kibazo, natwe turi mu kibazo. Ntidutunze imiryango yacu nguko twifuza ko imiryango igomba kubaho.
So in brief, due to this low income and we share to our relatives back in Africa, we live a very down or low life here, and even those there, they don't gain enough from us.
Reka mvuge ikindi community yacu ifata igomba kuba ifite igomba gushira priority y'umunyamurenge utuye UK.
I'm going to speak about the priorities of Abanyamulenge in this country.
Icyambere ni advocacy, ubuvugizi.
We really want advocacy.
Nitugira ubuvugizi bukwiye,
if we may have access to a proper advocacy,
ikibazo cyacu kikamenyekana,
and there is a high level of awareness of our problems,
ikibazo kigahagarika genocide cyangwa se ubwicanyi bw'abanyamurenge burimo burakorerwa,
the ongoing atrocities that are going on and are stopped,
bakagira uburenganzira nabo nk'abandi bakongomani,
and they live a life of the similar rights like any other Congolese,
bagatangira bagakora,
and they start doing jobs like any other person.
Ntabwo tuzongera gutunga imiryango yacu kandi natwe tutishoboye mu Bwongereza.
We won't send money back to Africa anymore.
Kubera ko bazaba bishoboye,
they will be able to work down there,
natwe dutangire kurwana n'ubuzima bwacu,
and even us start making life as we want in this country.
Ikindi ntekereza cha priority hano,
another priority
ni integration, support ya integration
in this country.
Hakabaho ama classes ya bakadufasha.
He's looking a kind of classes to help them.
Hakabaho center zigisha abantu batazi gusoma no kwandika,
centers to learn people the language,
Icyongereza,
English.
So noneho kugira ngo aba bantu batuye hano babashe kwiyintegra muri societe kugira ngo bagire communication ihagije.
To ease off the integration.
Murakoze nico numvaga na.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Justin.
Justin.
I think next would be Prosper, yeah? So before I ask Prosper, is there a way to pause the live streaming? Pause. Can you stop?
But it was a call live stream.
Excuse-moi, je vais parler en français.
Rifuza kuvuga mu Rufaransa.
Voilà, je suis Prosper Baseka, j'habite à Belgique.
Ni Prosper Baseka atuye muri Belgique.
Je suis venu ici juste pour cet événement.
Yaje kubera i evenement iri hano. Sorry, you want me to?
Yes. English. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Voilà. Je parle que j'habite à Bruxelles, en Belgique.
He said that he lived in Brussels in Belgium.
Je suis venu ici juste pour cet événement.
He's here for this event.
Premièrement, permettez-moi en fait d'exprimer ma gratitude. Vraiment, je suis très très content.
Allow me to express my gratitude, and he's very happy for that.
D'avoir participé ici pendant 2 jours de séance concernant notre problème, voilà, que les Banyamulenge fait face.
For attending the 2 sessions since yesterday.
Voilà, en plus, je suis coordinateur de la coordination des Banyamulenge, mutualité de Banyamulenge.
He's one of the leaders of Banyamulenge community in Belgium.
Chaque pays a sa mutualité.
Every country has a community.
Mais on a aussi la coordination au niveau, je dirais, international.
Yeah, sorry, there is a coordination at the international level. He's part of it. He's part of it.
Voilà, qu'est-ce que nous faisons?
So what do we do?
C'est comme ici. Ça, en fait, c'est une session continuelle de ce qu'on fait.
So it's a continuous job what we do.
Dans notre habilité.
In their ability.
C'est pourquoi je vais vous présenter les problèmes qu'on fait face dans la vie quotidienne.
So that's why he's going to share with you guys the normal life, the routine life in normal life, the routine problems in normal life.
Avant, si ma mémoire travaille bien encore, avant 2017.
If he reminds well, before 2017.
Les mutualités de chaque pays, on était limité seulement sur des affaires sociales.
So our communities were dealing with social problems only.
C'est-à-dire mariage, quand une personne est morte, voilà, des choses pareilles.
Dealing with deceased marriage, marriage, dealing with deceased deceased people.
Mais après,
après
2017,
but after 2017,
on était obligé d'intégrer aussi d'autres activités, notamment la plaidoirie.
We've been obliged to dive into advocacy due to the problems we had faced.
Et aussi services humanitaires.
And humanitarian.
Comme on a discuté depuis hier.
And it's been covered since yesterday.
Il n'y a pas de personnes qui parlent notre problème.
We are the only speakers of our own problems at the moment.
Ça fait des années.
It's been years and years.
Alors c'est nous qui nous occupons de ça.
Those who are in charge of that.
Et puis au niveau humanitaire aussi.
It's us who take care of that, and even the humanitarian area we support this.
Suite à la situation que notre parent, notre frère qui sont au Congo, ils vivent même aujourd'hui, on est obligé de collecter quelques fonds pour ravitailler les membres des familles qui sont restés là-bas.
So we've got no other choice apart from contributing for the survival of those people in terms of humanitarian.
Mais on a toujours des limites.
Well, we've got always limitations.
Au niveau national, c'est-à-dire au Congo,
At the national level in our country,
nous répétons toujours des phrases.
we speak about the same phases all the time.
Nous voulons vivre comme tant d'autres communautés.
We want to live like any other person.
Pourquoi pas nous? Pourquoi nous? Pourquoi pas nous?
Why only us?
On est persécuté depuis 3 décennies.
We are being killed now three decades.
Jusqu'à maintenant.
Until now.
C'est pourquoi nous répétons toujours cette phrase. Pourquoi nous continuons à être massacrés depuis 3 décennies?
This is why we keep saying, why are we killing for the last 3 decades?
On essaie de parler dans des conférences,
We speak it everywhere in conferences,
dans des chansons aussi.
in songs.
Peut-être qu'il y aura l'occasion où on va vous partager cette manière de la mémoire.
Yeah, if he gets some opportunities, he will share with us.
Nous répétons aussi une autre phrase.
Another sentence we keep repeating or phrase.
We need justice.
We need justice.
Nous voulons la justice.
We need justice.
Depuis l'histoire récente, depuis 1996,
Since 1996,
peut-être parmi vous, vous connaissez déjà les rapports Mapping Report.
maybe among you guys, you know about the mapping report.
Ouais, il y a plein de documentations concernant le massacre de Banyamulenge.
There is lots of documentation.
Mais ils sont toujours impunis.
And no justice
Nous demandons la justice.
given to Banyamulenge.
Voilà, il y a aussi un autre problème
There is another problem
au niveau des diasporas.
at the diaspora level.
C'est l'influence externe des pays voisins, des pays qui ont des liens avec les conflits.
The neighboring countries,
Quels que soient les leaders politiques,
some political leaders,
ils influencent notre communauté.
they influence some of our community.
On est utilisé
people,
comme des outils.
and they use them.
Voilà, c'est pourquoi on dit toujours notre mobilisation est de ne pas être toujours utilisé comme des outils politiques.
Yeah, that's why I may say that we don't have to be used by other people.
On a aussi des conflits identitaires.
We've got also the conflict at the identity level.
Oui, parmi nous ici, il y a des gens qui ont passé plus de 20 ans dans les cas des réfugiés.
Among us here, there are people who spend more than 20 years in refugee camps.
On ne sait plus qui nous sommes.
We don't know who we are.
Voilà. Voilà, immediate action.
The immediate
C'est juste
action,
deux, je vais finir. Voilà.
just to
Voilà. Actuellement, Minembwe, on considère, excusez-moi pour cette terminologie, mais on considère notre région natale Minembwe comme un cas de concentration.
So Minembwe now is like a concentration camp.
Nous demandons que l'action immédiate que soit faite immédiatement.
We ask for an immediate contribution.
Aide humanitaire aussi.
Humanitarian aid.
C'est une région, c'est une zone oubliée totalement.
There is no one else to intervene in that regards.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much.
Merci, Prosper.
Rakoze cyane Prosperi.
I think we have Delphin. So, Owen, I think I will give You are in the next panel, so if you can take your comments in the next panel, is that okay? So Richard, we'll try to finish after Delphine and then
yeah, baraza kumuheza umwanya atange komantere iwe.
Delphine.
Thank you so much, Owen.
Arakoze cyane.
Thank you so much, Anand. Urakoze, Anand. I'm sorry. Ngiye kuvuga ikinyamurenge.
He's going to speak Inyamulenge.
Impamvu ni iyi ngiyi.
The reason why.
Iyo Murundi agiye kukubwira ngo thank you.
When someone is going to say thank you.
Umurundi.
Sorry, if a Burundian want to say thank you.
Avuga ngo murakoze.
He says
murakoze. Just say murakoze.
He says thank you.
Iyo Umunyarwanda agiye kukubwira ngo thank you.
When a Rwandese or a Rwandan want to say thank you.
Avuga ngo murakoze.
He says thank you.
Yeah. Iyo Umunyamulenge agiye kukubwira ngo thank you.
When a Munyamulenge says thank you.
Naho avuga ngo murakoze.
He says also thank you.
Nukubera ikindi kugaruka kuri iki kintu.
Why is he speculating about this?
Iyo abantu bamenyereye u Rwanda.
When people are used to Rwanda,
akumva ndi kuvuga,
and he hears their first speaking,
agira ngo ndi Umunyarwanda.
He thinks he's Rwandese.
Iyo umuntu amenyereye Umurundi,
and when he used to a Burundian,
akumva ndi kuvuga,
and hears Delphine speaking,
agira ngo ndi Umurundi.
He thinks he's a Burundian.
Ubwo ndi Umunyarwanda cyangwa ndi Umurundi?
So who is he in the meantime? Is he Rwandese or Burundian?
Yeah, ni kuvuga ko ndi Umunyamulenge.
So he wants to say that he's a Munyamulenge.
Ndumva nanifuza ko wenda abantu bavuyemo hano.
He wants that take away from here.
Ko umuntu avuga ko Ntanyuma yavuze ikinyamurenge.
Everybody will say that Tanyuma said he spoke Kinyamulenge.
Apana Kirundi.
Not Kirundi.
Apana Kinyarwanda.
Not Kinyarwanda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bibiri na 18 mu kwezi kwa 11.
November 2018.
Nahuye n'umubyeyi warokotse Baraka no Kwambogo.
He met a mother who survived Baraka and Boko
muri 1996.
in 1996.
Byari mu bushakashatsi ndi gukora.
It was during his research, academic research.
Yarokotse mu bari abantu barenga 350.
He was among 350 people.
Yarokotse mu
Sorry, she was among.
Yeah, harokotse abagore batanu.
Only 5 people survived, 5 women.
Nagize amahirwe yo guhura n'umwe muri bo.
She was lucky to meet one of them.
Ndacyafite video.
He was lucky to meet one of them.
Yeah. Tuvugana nawe.
When he spoke to her,
yambwiye ko umugabo wiwe,
she said that her husband
n'abandi bagabo bose bari bafatanywe nabo,
and all other men in the same case,
n'abana bose b'abahungu,
and all male kids,
babatandukanyije n'abagore,
they separated them from women
n'abakobwa,
and girls.
Bica abahungu mu maso y'aba bagore,
They killed the boys in the face of the women
n'abagabo,
and the men.
Bari barimo umugabo wiwe n'abana biwe bane.
There were her husband and 4 of their kids.
bamaze kubica
After killing them,
batangira kwica abagore n'abakobwa.
They started killing the women sidelined and the girls.
Bavamo bumvise ko abantu bose bari barimo bapfuye.
Those who survived, they realized that everyone else was dead.
Baje kuvamo kubera ko bavuye munsi y'intumbi z'abandi bantu bapfuye.
They were underneath the dead bodies. That's why they survived.
Baje kwica abagore n'abakobwa.
When they started killing women and girls,
bakuyemo abana batoya.
They separated little kids.
Barabagabana mu miryango.
And they shared them they allocated them to other families. They allocated them in the killers' families.
Barenga 150.
More than 150.
Ndikubwira uko uwo muvyeyi yambwiye.
He's narrating the same story the woman shared to him.
Yarambwiye ngo ubu nta kibazo mfite cy'umugabo wanje.
She said to Delphine, now I have no problem in regards with my husband.
Simfite ikibazo cy'abana banje bane bapfuye.
I don't have problems with my 4 kids who died.
Ngo yumva yifuza kuba yari yarabonye abandi bana be batatu atazi iyo bagiye aza kubabona barapfuye.
She would have seen the rest of other 3 kids of hers that were allocated to the killers.
That's the point. That's the point. Yumva yifuza ngo babana be batatu bagiye in captivity iyo baza kubicira imbere ye.
So now she feels like at least those 3 more kids that had been killed in her face instead of being taken away.
Kubera ko ntazi niba barapfuye.
Because she doesn't know whether they are still alive.
Niba bahaba.
Or they are still existing.
Akambwira ngo iyo mbyutse mu gitondo.
If she wakes up in the morning,
ngo azagira ngo none baraza.
She feels like they'll come the next day.
Hashize imyaka 30.
It's now 30 years that happened.
Nubazagira ngo baraza.
Since it happened, and even until now, she feels like in the next morning she will see them.
Ibintu bitatu wenda nenda kuvuga hano and I'm done.
So 3 things I want to say about that.
Nashoboye kubona ahantu hose abanyamurenge bagiye bicwa muri research nakoze.
I have seen many places. I have researched about many places where Abanyamulenge were killed.
Iyo bagiye kubica babanza bakica abagabo n'abahungu.
Before killing them, they start killing men and boys.
Ntabwo ari baraka gusa.
It's not baraka only.
Na ahantu hageze
30 areas or spots where they killed.
Icyo nicyo gikorwa mbere y'ibindi bintu byose.
That's what they do first before doing any other thing.
Nyuma yaho nibwo bica abagore.
After killing men and boys, they go to the next phase is to kill men and women and girls.
Bica abagore bamaze kurimbura ubuzima bwabo bw'umubiri n'ubw'ubwonko.
So they kill women after killing them physically, killing their flesh and their mental well-being.
Abenshi bari kwica abagabo babo. Aho bari kwica abagabo,
when they are killing their men, their husbands,
batangira kugabana abagore.
They start sharing the women.
mbere yuko babica bakaba bababwiye ngo nitumara kwica abagabo banyu,
after telling them that they're gonna kill their husbands,
bakaba batangiye kuvuga ngo umwe aratwara uriya undi aratwara uriya undi aratwara uriya undi aratwara uriya.
They start allocate themselves women they will rape or kidnap.
Muri Congo haba ubwicanyi bwinshi.
There are different sorts of killings in our country.
Ariko hari specifics ku bwicanyi bukorerwa abanyamurenge.
But there is indifference when it comes to Banyamulenge.
Kubera ko ubwo bwose iyo bari kubica,
when they are killing them,
bavuga ko bari kubatwara iyo baje baturutse.
They tell them that we are taking where you came from.
But mu mitwe yabo bantu babica,
mentally those who kill them,
uko bavuga ko badakwiriye kuba muri Congo.
They say they are not Banyamulenge are not supposed to live in Congo or even to live in Congo.
Reka tubihutishe mugendi wanyu kubera ko mushobora kuba mwaraturutse Rwanda cyangwa muri Ethiopia.
We want to take you back to Rwanda or Ethiopia, wherever you came from.
Niba mutabyumva vuba noneho turabica tubihutisha.
If you don't wanna listen to that, we're gonna kill you.
Ikindi kibazo gikomeye tudasangiye na Congo gusa.
And another problem we don't share with Congo only,
ariko tugisangiye n'isi,
and we share with the rest of the world,
kubera ko ni ibintu dusangiye n'abakoloni n'ababirigi mu buryo buri specific.
It's something linked to Belgium, the colonialist.
Kubera ko mu byo basize bubatse aho hantu twari dutuye,
what they left over,
harimo no kurema icyo kintu cyatumye abantu batekereza ko abanyamurenge badakwiriye kuba muri Congo kubera ko atari abakongomani.
There is a foundation of this discrimination from the colonial era.
Ndabizi ko university ibyo bintu bizi.
It's he thinks the university is aware of that.
Mostly Professor Owen Nubisabizi.
I think Professor Owen knows that.
Professor Anand Ravizi.
Professor
Anand
knows that.
I'm just making a plea again.
He wants to make an appeal.
Ko ibyo bintu byitabwaho kugira ngo byumvikane cyane.
So that you can keep on having a closer attention to that.
Nukuvuga ko hamwe nuko abantu benshi bapfa,
as people die,
ndavuga muri Congo,
in Congo,
ariko abantu barapfa kubera ko hari abantu bavuze ko badakwiriye kuguma kuba muri Congo kubera ko atari iwabo.
There are some who got killed because they are not supposed to be there as Congolese.
Ibi ngibi bifata abanyamurenge.
It is in concerns of the Banyamulenge.
No, ibi byica abanyamurenge.
It kills Banyamulenge.
Birica abantu bitwa abatutsi muri North Kivu.
It kills Tutsi people in North Kivu.
Kuri extent runaka n'abahutu bo muri North Kivu.
To somewhat extent, even the Bahutu in North Kivu.
N'abahema muri Ituri.
And Bahema in Ituri.
Shaka recognizing the presence of my friend Sabit. Thank you, Sabit, for joining us. Sabit ni umuntu wo muri community y'abahema bo muri Ituri.
Arashaka kumenyesha Sabit ko arazirikana Sabit ko yaje hano. Sabit ni umuntu ukomoka muri community y'abahema muri Nord Kivu, muri Ituri, sorry.
Muri gufasha abanyamurenge no kumva ibibazo byabo.
When you're helping Banyamulenge and understanding their problems,
muraba muri gufasha abatutsi bo muri North Kivu.
It's in the same process of helping Tutsi people in North Kivu.
Muraba muri gufasha abahutu muri North Kivu.
It's in the same process of helping Bahutu in North Kivu.
Muraba muri gufasha abahema muri Ituri.
It is as well in the same way to help Bahema in Ituri.
Ubwo ndashaka kuvuga ko ari ikibazo kinini.
So he wants to mean it's a huge problem, it's a massive problem.
Ariko bo nk'abarimu babizi cyane,
as researchers, I'm aware that you know that
iyo experience ifite abandi bantu benshi across the globe.
So it's across the globe, this experience.
Abandi bantu bafite ibibazo nk'ibyo. One more point, Anand Bavarire.
One more point.
I want to acknowledge the courage y'abantu bavuga.
I want to praise people who speak out, who are involved in advocacy.
Kubera ko biherekezwa n'intambara nyinshi.
Because they face many battles.
Tekereza ko ejo turi muri no room.
Yesterday, as we were in this room,
amafoto yari ari gufatwa hano.
There were some pictures taken in this room.
Batangira kuyalabelinga no kuyaherekeza n'amamessage ari bullying and atera ubwoba.
So they labeled them and attached them to abusive messages.
Kubera ko hari ijwi bavuze.
Because they have spoken out.
It happened yesterday.
It happened yesterday.
It's not only bullying on social media.
It's bullying on social media.
I'm saying it's ntabwo ari ukubatera ubwoba gusa kuri social media.
Sorry, it's not only intimidating them on social media.
Barafungwa.
They can be arrested.
Dufite abantu barenga 100 bafunzwe muri Congo.
We've got many than 100 people arrested in Congo.
Umwe mu barimu bagombaga kuza hano kuvuga ntiyabonetse yafunzwe umwaka urenga.
One of the lecturers who was supposed to be here was arrested over a year in Congo.
Baranabica.
And some of them, they get killed.
Kuvuga thank you so much
I don't know how much I can stress this out.
Ariko ntibyoroshye.
What you have to know, it's not easy.
Mudufasha.
When you're helping Banyamulenge community,
mutekereze ko atari ikintu cyoroshye.
Think that there is a heavy burden over us.
Ariko bimaze no kutumara imbaraga ku buryo dutangira kugongana.
We are now out of strength and it makes us fighting.
Yeah.
It creates division among us.
Abantu baratekereza ko ndi kuvuga ibintu n'ibintu biriho birahari.
It's an existential thing. It's not.
But your point ya nyuma shaka kugarukaho ni iyi ngiyi.
Yeah, the last point.
Kubera ko abantu bashaka ko ijwi ryacu ritumvikana.
Because some people, they don't want our voice to be heard.
Bakoresha n'imbaraga nyinshi zo gutuma tubona ibintu mu buryo butandukanye.
They put more effort to divide us.
Yeah, cyumvikanye, I think. Hejuru y'iki ngiki icyo kitumara imbaraga for sure.
Yeah, it makes us weak.
Ariko n'uburyo dukoresha nabwo ubwabwo kugira ngo tubeho. Navuga uburyo dukoresha kugira ngo tubeho.
For us to live,
nuko tugeze ahantu tugafata n'imbunda kugira ngo twirwaneho.
Some of our people, they take guns to survive, for self-defense.
mekanizme dushiraho zo gukora zo kwirengera,
the self-defense we use
ziragaruka zigahinduka ikibazo gituma abantu babona ko bakananirwa kubona ikibazo dufite.
It's also put us in danger because we are in a position that people don't see our real problem.
Bakagikoresha nk'uburyo bwo kugira ngo babone uko baguma kutwica.
And it is instrumental. It's weaponized against us.
Why am I backing to all these stories?
Why? Kubera iki ngaruka kuri ibi byose?
It's just to emphasize the complexity of the violence.
Kugira ngo mwumve uburemere bw'ikibazo.
It's not because we've chosen to fight back and use guns.
Ntabwo ari uko dushaka kurwana dukoresheje imbunda.
It's mostly because we couldn't find someone else to protect us.
Nuko ntawe dufite uturengera.
I'm sure if from the university effort put into this project,
ndizera ko university yashizemo imbaraga muri iki kibazo,
tukabasha kugezaho cyumvikana,
kugeza ku rwego rwo kumva at the level it can be heard.
Ntabwo turi abantu bakunda kurwana twese.
Banyamulenge, the level of people in Banyamulenge community who are self-defending themselves, they can drop down. I mean, those using weapons.
Ariko umuntu ntashobora gushira imbunda hasi. Wemeye gushira imbunda hasi babutegereje ko bari bukwica.
Yeah, but that's the only way they have to survive.
Thank you so much, Anand, to offer me so much extra time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delphine. So I think we thank all the panelists, but before I bring in our next panel, while they are coming here, Owen, Richard,
Richard.
I think I had the names. Yeah, James, Maria, Claude, and Bia. Yeah, Bia. Yeah, as well. So while they are coming, I think I should thank you, Delphine. I have read your paper and also your various other writings, so I can understand.
Ndagushima Delphin, ndasomye ubushakashatsi wakoze mbasha kumva cyane ikibazo uko giteye.
So Professor Paul Turning is here. I mentioned about you, so they know. Before I invite him, just 1 second, because I have to say this. Yeah.
Mbere yuko wa mwarimu nari nababwiye murarika kugira ngo agire icyo avuga, reka ubwanjye ngira icyo mbanza kuvuga.
As a department, we were founded 1973 as a Department of Peace Studies with the sole purpose.
Iyi departement ijyanye n'iby'amahoro yatangiye mu cya 1973.
From the first beginning, it's always about trying to find peaceful resolution and peaceful pathways. And in that respect, I have to disagree with you, because I think our guiding light is that violence is never justified. Yeah.
Aravuga yuko mu byo batangiye ni uburyo bwo gukemura impaka mu buryo bw'amahoro, mu buryo bwo gukemura intambara mu buryo bw'amahoro.
And also from the writings of Mahatma Gandhi and Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela particularly was asked about this particular dilemma.
Aravuga amagambo yavuzwe n'umukambwe Nelson Mandela wo muri Afrika y'Epfo na Gandhi wayoboye Ubuhinde.
Yeah, and he reflected and he said he agreed with, in that respect, he agreed with Gandhi's kind of requirement that the end never justifies the means.
nanone avuga yuko nawe yemeranywa na Mahatma Gandhi wavuze yuko iherezo atari yo risobanura itangira cyangwa se iyo nzira ndende.
I completely understand the reasoning you are given, but I think it is a false dilemma to fall into that.
Come again?
I completely understand the reasoning you gave as to why some people justify taking to arms, but the history shows that it's a false dilemma.
Yabashije kumva impamvu Delphin yavuze impamvu abantu bafata intwaro ngo birwaneho nuko bagomba kubaho ari bwo buryo bwa nyuma ariyo mahitamo ya nyuma.
We will talk about that, but I had to say it because I think it's really important that it's recognized. So we have to fight for rights through the processes, instruments
nubwo abantu bafata intwaro kugira ngo babashe kubaho,
ariko
byaba byiza cyane tubashije gukemura amakimbirane mu buryo butagira ubutwara ubuzima.
It's okay, right? Okay, so I think Richard is our next chair, but before that, if I can give Richard, please, can I take 5 minutes so that Paul is here? I want to use the opportunity to bring Paul.
Mbere yuko Richard agira icyo avuga, reka ndarike wa mwarimu nari nababwiye yibuze afata iminota 5 agira icyo atubwira. Karibu.
I already told you about Professor Paul Turning earlier. So he's a professor of enterprise. He's heading the BRI, which is Bradford Renduchintala Enterprise Ecosystem.
Nanone twavuze uyu mwarimu yuko yigisha kubijyanye no kwihangira imirimo.
But he has a lot of industry experience and also he has a lot of African experience.
Kandi yakoze mu buryo bwo guhanga imirimo cyangwa se mu buryo bwo kwiteza imbere ariko kandi afite n'ubumenyi kubijyanye n'ibintu bya Afrika.
So
very much.
Murakoze cyane.
Alors, bon après-midi tout le monde.
Mwiriweho mwese.
Habari za mchana wote. Mimi ni Paulo Thorning. Nilikuwa mkurugenzi wa mradi katika Tanzania.
Ngo yari ahagarariye umushinga muri Tanzania.
Lakini ilikuwa miaka 20 iliyopita.
Ni mu myaka 20 yashize.
Nilifanya kazi katika kambi ya wakimbizi.
He's saying he'd been a manager in Africa, the country called Tanzania, 20 years ago.
Sasa hivi kazi yangu ni katika University of Bradford katika kuanza biashara mpya. So my work is all about
my work is about entrepreneurship, business, and within Bradford University, designing a project and work.
So when I was working in Tanzania, I was honored to work mainly with the Congolese community. And you guys are incredible entrepreneurs. You know, the price of crossing Lake Tanganyika for a refugee from Congo was everything that you had.
Kujabuka ikiyaga Tanganyika, crossing Tanganyika as a refugee.
Kutoka Congo.
Yeah, to cross over Lake Tanganyika from Congo DRC to the other side as a refugee, it's a high price.
The price of that lake crossing on a boat was everything you had.
Igiciro cyo kugira ngo wambuke amafaranga se cyangwa is it what you paid?
Yeah, that was what you had to pay.
Amafaranga ubushobozi bari bafite nuko abambutse gusa hakujya ya Tanganyika akaja ku rundi ruhande agasigara gutyo.
Walipofika Tanzania,
when they came into Tanzania,
hamna pesa.
They were just empty pockets.
Nothing at all.
They didn't have anything left.
And yet, people were able to start businesses.
ariko bageze ahantu nanone kandi basubira kushobora gutangira business.
I met a Congolese woman,
nahuye n'umudamu w'umunyekongo,
and she sold United Nations rice.
yagurishaga umuceri witwa ngo ni United Nations rice, umuceri mpuzamahanga.
So she had a cup.
Yarafite agakombe gato nka kariya.
She had rice.
Agashira umuceri.
And she had a table.
Akagira na table. Yaragira umuceri n'agakombe nka kariya.
And she shaped the rice
akora umuceri ukuntu
in the shape of a heart.
Buryo bumeze nk'isapu nk'iriya mubona hariya.
And she said, I only sell heart rice.
Yitaga ko ari umutima w'umuceri cyangwa se umutima ukoze mu muceri.
If you want to buy rice for somebody who wants to eat,
ushaka kugura umuceri w'umuntu ushaka kurya,
please buy from my sisters. Please buy from my sisters over there.
Nyaboneka ugure kuri uriya muceri wa mushiki wanje.
Ukipenda kununua wali ya kila kitu,
ushaka kugura umuceri,
karibu sana kununua kutoka madada ya.
Please feel free to buy from my sister out there.
If you want to buy rice for somebody that you love,
igihe ushaka kugura umuceri ku muntu w'umucuruzi ukunda,
buy from me.
Ngurire njewe.
And her business grew and it grew.
Business yateye imbere, itera imbere.
And she created a heart rice brand.
Agera ahantu akora brand ya umuceri w'umutima.
And she's still trading today. She's still doing it now.
N'ubu nizagikora. Thank you.
So entrepreneurship is everywhere, even in communities where they start with very little.
Kwihangira imirimo biri ahantu hose muri communities zose.
And entrepreneurship changes people's lives for the better.
Kwihangira imirimo bihindura ubuzima bw'abantu neza.
And I'm sorry to say this to all the men in the room.
But
when women make money, they make really good decisions. Yeah. And so children receive medicines, receive education. We see progress in society. And we find peace. And so it's that experience of working in the camps of Tanzania that even today inspires me, and I hope my team, to do the work that we do. So the work I used to do in Tanzania inspires me still today. So in Bradford we have this very large program geared towards supporting all people in starting businesses. We work with students, of course. We work with researchers, of course. But every member of staff is encouraged to set up a business here in Bradford. At the same time that they are working with us. We work with school children and schools to help schools to make more money to afford the things that they need. We work with refugees and survivors of modern day slavery. In our city, which is the same as the challenges faced in cities throughout the world. So the problem of modern day slavery is a global challenge that we find in all cities. So I know you have a busy program, but all I would like you to know is that if you have an interest in starting a business,
ndabizi ko mufite gahunda nini cyane ariko nimba mufite ibyifuzo byo gutangira imirimo kwihangira imirimo
and to continue to be part of this journey of transforming society through enterprise,
no gukomeza gahunda yanyu yo guhindura imiryango yacu mwifashishije kwihangira imirimo,
then please do get in touch with me and my team.
ndabasaba ndabashishikariza kunyegera nabo dukorana.
Asante sana wote, karibuni sana katika Bradford.
Thank you so much. I welcome you all in the Bradford city. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everybody.
Mwiriwe neza mwese.
I am Richard Newell, Head of Department for International Business Marketing and Strategy in the School of Management.
Nitwa Richard Newell, n'umukuru wa
International Business
Departement y'ubucuruzi mpuzamahanga.
Marketing and strategy.
Kwamamaza n'uburyo bwo kwamamaza.
In the School of Management.
Mu ishuri rijanyiranye n'icungamutungo, yes.
So I specialize in the area of international business.
Narangije amashuri yanje ndi umuspecialist mu bijanye na ubucuruzi mpuzamahanga.
And that has allowed me to do some research around doing business across African countries.
Ibi byampaye gukora ubushakashatsi ku bijanye no gukora ubucuruzi ku mugabane wa Afrika.
And also understanding the implications of conflict in some communities.
No kumva cyane ibijanye n'intambara mu karere hariya muri Afrika.
Over the past 2 days, I have sat here
mu minsi ibiri ishize hano nahaboneye
and learned about the historical challenges that the Banyamulenge people
nahumviye amateka ajanye n'urusobekerano rw'ibibazo mu mateka y'Abanyamulenge
have gone through,
nabiciyemo narabyumvise,
as well as the resilience of the people.
Ariko kandi byampaye kumva ukuntu mushikamye n'ibyo mwaciyemo kugira ngo
it's also become clear that there has been limited advocacy and awareness of the issue.
Byanumvishije no gutahura neza ko hari ikibazo kijanye no kumenyekanisha ibibazo Abanyamulenge bacamo.
So we are blessed to have a distinguished panel as the last group to shed more light on how to increase international awareness.
Anagize amahirwe yo kubana n'abantu badukorera presentation kare bari buze kudufasha kudusangiza uburyo twajana kino kibazo cy'Abanyamulenge ahashoboka ni kwisi,
and understanding of the Banyamulenge people,
no kumva Abanyamulenge abaribo,
and the situation and concerns,
n'ubuzima bwabo uko batuye mu mibereho yabo n'ibibazo bafite.
So we have Professor Owen Green, Dr. Maria.
Dufite Professor Owen na Dr. Maria.
James Joseph. Claude
Rwaganje.
And Beatrice.
And Beatrice Gisaro.
Okay. So I would like to reorganize it somehow, if you don't mind, Professor Owen, so that I give you the last opportunity to sum up everything, if that's okay.
Nifuza ko nimba bitabagoye ko na bapanga uburyo muri buze kuvuga ku buryo Professor Owen aza kuvuga bwa nyuma kugira ngo atange incamake mu byavuzwe byose.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Ati Richard, njewe navuze cyane kandi narushe ntaco bintwaye umwanya wanje wose nkuhaye Professor Owen.
Okay. So if you are ready, James.
Reka dutangire kuri James. Joseph.
Yeah, come over and then give us your insight on how to enhance international awareness and understanding of the Banyamulenge situation and concerns.
Waza hano imbere ukadusobanura uburyo twakomeza kuzahura no kumvikanisha ibibazo z'abanyamulenge uko babayeho ndetse nibibateye uruhuha mu karere wabo.
But before James comes, I also want to encourage you, please write down any questions that you may have.
Mbere yuko James atambuka hano nashaka kubasaba mwese umuntu wese wakwifuza kwandika ikibazo afite
or comments that you may have. This is the last session.
Cyangwa gutanga comment, iyi ni session ya nyuma.
Okay, so that at least we can gather all that at the end.
Kugira ngo buri wese atahe adatahanye ikibazo mu mutwe yari afite.
James.
Thank you so much.
Ndabashimiye mwese.
So the title here is to increase awareness and understanding of the situation of the Banyamulenge.
Murabibona insanganyamatsiko ni hejuru y'uburyo kitwakomeza kumvikanisha ikibazo cy'abanyamulenge tukabizahura ku rugero rushimishije.
This is something which I do with many communities, and this is sort of my bread and butter.
Iki ni ikintu cyane nkorana na community nyinshi.
But we've spoken a lot about the past injustices.
Kuvuga hejuru y'akarengane abantu bacamo.
Issues, priorities, the political, the geographical, the local, and the international.
Ibintu biri priority by'ibanze ku rwego rw'ibanze mu karere ndetse no mpuzamahanga.
And that's really laid the groundwork for how we start to think about this moving forward.
Ni naco cyane cyane n'ubwo rufatiro duheraho dutekereza uburyo twatera imbere muri iki kibazo.
And the first thing I'll say is that this takes collective action. So this takes everybody to have their part.
Nanone iki kintu gisaba ko buri muntu wese agira uruhare rwiwe akora.
And I'll give this example, which is I worked heavily with the Hazara community, a Shia Muslim population from Afghanistan, who've been persecuted heavily in the same ways, or a lot of the same ways.
Ndabibuze kwifashisha urugero rw'abayisilamu bo muri Afghanistan nabo baciye mu bibazo bikomeye nk'ibi byacu byo kuba persecuted.
As the Banyamulenge have, they've been targeted in the past through atrocities and genocidal persecution in the same way that you have.
Nabo baciye mu bibazo bikomakomeye byo by'akarengane kwibasirwa n'ubwicanyi bibasira nguko abanyamulenge babiciye mu cyo kimwe neza n'abanyamulenge.
And I'll use this analogy in my remarks going forward.
Ubu nirwo rufasha urugero turi buze kwifashisha muri uwo mwanya.
So I think the steps that we need to take going forward, and I class myself in this, in your struggle.
Ndatekereza ko intambwe turi buze gufata ingero muri ibi nuko twese hano dufite, we are all struggling. Twese dufite ibibazo turwana nabyo.
Is that we need to speak with one voice.
Tugomba kuvuga ijwi rimwe twese twarihuriza.
Put differences to one side. Put differences to one side.
Dushire ibidutandukanya hirya.
And act as one to create positive change.
Twese duhuze ijwi ryacu hamwe tuvuge rumwe kugira ngo tugere ku impinduka nziza twifuza.
So yesterday the mayor spoke about raising the plight of the Banyamulenge with members of parliament.
Ejo hari wavuze uburyo twavuga ibibazo abanyamulenge using members of parliament dukoresheje parliament.
And this is something that I've done over the last 6 years with the Hazara people, including the publication of 2 Hazara inquiry reports mandated by Parliament to look at the persecution of this group.
Ari ubwoko bita Zahara, Abahazara, ati ibi nibyo nakoze imyaka yashize muri Parliament kugeraho naho twanditse inyandiko nka 2 bigerageza kuvuga ikibazo cyabo.
And I suggest this is an action that we could take, and I'm happy to help anybody with this. But to raise the persecution of Hazaras with parliamentarians.
Ndatekereza ko natwe iki ngiki arico gikorwa niyemeje kuzabafasha gukora ku buryo ibibazo zacu tubijana muri parliament nkuko nabikoze muri kahise.
To go down to parliament in Westminster.
Tuzaje muri parliament twakubita amashi. Kintu gikomeye ndibaza.
and to get them to take action, to address this diplomatically, legally, politically, with you.
Kuko twageragezayo tukaganira nabo tukabasaba ko bafata ingamba kugira ngo bakore bakemure kino kibazo cy'abanyamulenge kandi tukabikora turi kumwe namwe.
One of the core phrases that I'll use that I work with a lot, and this stems from everything we've mentioned here. One of the phrases I'll use, I haven't said.
Hari jambo ndibuze kuvuga ariko mwese hano rirabareba.
Is that justice must be centered around the needs of the people whom it affects.
Ubutabera bugomba kuba cyane cyane ku bantu bureba. Justice must be centered around the people who, yes. Nukuvuga ngo ubutabera bwa mbere na mbere n'abanyamulenge babukeneye ni twebwe bugomba gukorwa bushingiye kuri twebwe kuko ari twe tubushaka.
We've mentioned the use of media and technology, the use of gathering evidence and the need to present this.
Twavuze gukoresha uburyo bwa tekinoloji ikoranabuhanga ndetse n'ibiterane nk'ibi kugira ngo tuvuge ibi bibazo.
We've mentioned the need to ensure women and marginalized communities are heard and that their suffering is not forgotten.
Twavuze nanone ku bibazo by'abadamu n'abakobwa uburyo ibibazo byabo bacamo ko bitagomba kwibagirana.
And the need to create networks of like-minded individuals that can push this forward.
N'ukuntu biri ngombwa ko nanone dukorana n'abandi bantu bafite akarengane nk'akacu kugira ngo gukorera hamwe network.
So academics, civil society, politicians.
Academically, abashakashatsi, abanyapolitike ndetse n'imiryango itengamiye kuri leta.
Who can help to highlight that in a positive way that will push change, not further division.
Kugira ngo bose bashobora gukorera hamwe kugira ngo bagere ku ntumbero nziza ariko batagamije gucama abantu bice.
So we've mentioned, or yesterday, the Lord Mayor mentioned parliamentarians.
Ejo hashize Mayor yavuze hejuru y'abashinga amateka.
And I've worked with the parliamentarians whom she mentioned.
Kandi nakoranye n'abashinga amateka yavuze ba hano Bradford.
So after this conference,
nyuma y'ino conference,
in the days and weeks afterwards,
mu minsi cyangwa se ibyumweru nyuma y'uyu munsi,
and with the report that Professor Green and others are going to publish,
hamwe na report Dr. Delphin na Professor Owen bagiye kwandika,
we need to get that on their desks.
Tugomba making sure ko tuyuhaye.
I think without that, we may as well all go home and forget about it.
Ndatekereza ko tudakoze ibyo bintu ubu twavanga tugatahimura twese bikibagirana.
And from then,
kuva ico gihe tuyibahaye,
we can start to have meetings, have dialogue with domestic and international partners.
Nitumara kuyikora kuyibaheza tuzatangira gukora ibiterane amakonferense nkaya ngaya n'abapartner abo dukorana ba hano mu gihugu no hanze.
And start to map this conflict from your perspectives and what you want from it.
Kugira ngo dutangire twige ino ntambara yica abanyamulenge tuyige tuyumve neza ku buryo mwenyine mu byifuza.
So to bring that together, I just want to say that the discussions here have illuminated how the power of bringing people together from multiple backgrounds can create change and can create the necessary I forget the word now.
Outcome. Necessary collective effort.
Collective efforts, to create change.
Avuze ko guterana hano ugahuza abantu bafite ubumenyi butandukanye bava ahantu hatandukanye bafite experience zitandukanye byerekana imbaraga z'uko abantu bokorera hamwe muri ubwo butandukanye bwabo bakagira ku kintu gifatika cyiza.
And through that we'll turn what I think we can quite safely say was quite a horrifying or harrowing last session or session before that.
Oh yeah, avuze ko ibimvuze abakoze testimony muri session ya nyuma byerekana neza ukuntu ico kintu kiri ngombwa yaravuze haruguru batanze ubuhamya n'ibiki.
And I'll just finish with this. So
nshaka kurangiza n'aka kantu
I don't bore you. And that's this path is challenging. This is day 1 and 2 of that path, but we can create change. I've done it with many communities and got their voices heard and started to create change. It's a journey, and it's going to take time, but
guhindura kugera ku bintu twifuza ni urugendo rurerure kugira ngo turugereho, ariko
change is possible, so let's get to work.
Ariko guhindura ibintu birashoboka, muhaguruke dukore.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph.
James, urakoze cyane.
Okay. We now call on Dr. Claude.
Reka dusabe Dr. Claude aze.
Good afternoon.
Mbirijeho mwese.
I think we are going to, all of us, to repeat the same thing.
Ko ndatekereza ko ngiye gusubira mu byo abandi bose bavuze.
And again, we can't avoid it. That's why we are here for.
Kandi ntitwabyirinda kuko nico gitumye turi hano.
But again, we're going to make some suggestion based on our opinion.
Ariko turi buze wenda gutanga ibitekerezo byacu cyangwa se dutekereza dushingiye kuzo ibitekerezo byacu.
Yes. So the question is, how can we increase international awareness of the issue the Banyamulenga are facing?
Ikibazo nibaza cyangwa se twakwibaza ni gute dushobora kumvikanisha ikibazo ijwi ry'Abanyamulenge mu bibazo duhura nabyo.
To increase the awareness of the Banyamulenge killings, we require all our effort.
Kugira ngo tumenyekanishe ikibazo Abanyamulenge bafite mu gihugu nuko buri wese yagira uruhare rwe agashiramo imbaraga.
There is no doubt about that.
Nta gukekeranya hejuru ico kintu.
We, the Banyamulenge,
twebwe Abanyamulenge
are the ones to take the lead.
Nitwe tugomba gufata iya mbere.
You know that anybody who can come to help you from outside will come afterward.
Mwese murabizi neza ko undi wese uzaza kubafasha avuye hanze azaza nyuma yanyu.
Doing conferences like this,
gukora igiterane cyangwa se conference nk'iyi,
it's be helpful.
Ni ikintu cy'ingenzi cyane.
I want to repeat what I said yesterday.
Numva nkeneye gusubira ibyo navuze ejo.
This is the first of a kind of a conference.
Iyi ni conference ya mbere mu mateka
that happened at the academia level,
tubashe gukora mu buryo bw'ubushakashatsi muri university,
which allows academian researchers and professors and others to be part of the solution to our problem.
Abanyamulenge amahirwe kwicarana n'abaprofeseri n'abashakashatsi bakomeye nk'aba kumva ikibazo cyabo.
Trust me, it's not an easy task.
Ndababwira ngo munyemere iki kintu nticyoroshe.
It's not, and they know that already.
Nticyoroshe nabo ubwabo barabizi.
However, being involved, it's very helpful.
Nyamara kuba muri ibi bintu ni ibintu by'agaciro by'ingenzi.
So, conferences will be helpful. Second,
conference ni y'agaciro. Icya kabiri,
I love the word lobby.
Nje nkunda ijambo bita lobbying.
Because I'm a politician.
Kuko ndi umunyapolitike njenye.
However, other people call it advocate.
Abandi babyita ko ari ubuvugizi.
So we need to advocate to the elected officials.
Tugomba gukora ubuvugizi ku bayobozi
in this country and other places.
Muri kino gihugu cy'Ubwongereza ndetse n'ahandi ku isi.
Third,
cya gatatu,
we need to share testimony.
Tugomba gusangiza abantu experience ibyo twaciyemo, ubuhamya. Thank you.
I was sad when a lady who is a survivor of the Gatumba
nababaye cyane mugihe nabonye umudamu w'umucikacumu
was only given 3 minutes to speak.
yahawe gusa iminota 3 kugira ngo avuge.
We should actually spend the whole afternoon listening to her pain.
Twagombye kubona après-midi yose umugoroba wose ari we wenyine wavuga tubwira ubwo buhamya.
Because those are live testimonies that we cannot find elsewhere.
Kuko ubwo abona abatanga buhamya bakomeye tutabona ahantu hose.
And the world need to understand those pain and sorrow.
Kandi isi igomba kumenya uwo mubabaro nako gahinda.
Once I know Dr. Maria said some controversial on issues.
Igihe numvise Dr. Maria avuga ibintu bitandukanye kuri iki kibazo.
I don't know if any of you know Dr. Gregory Stanton.
Sinzi ko muri mwebwe muzi Dr. Gregory Stanton.
He's the founder of Genocide Watch.
Ni founder wa Genocide Watch.
I had the privilege to talk to him more than once.
Nigeze kugira amahirwe yo kuvugana nawe birenze rimwe.
And invited him to many Banyamulenge conferences of the Gatumba genocide.
Ndetse namutumira kuza mu biterane bitandukanye byo kwibuka abacikacumu bagacumba.
You please, if you want to Google him, Dr. Gregory Stanton.
Ati nimba mushaka mwandike muri Google amazina ye.
This is what he said.
This is what he said. Uku niko yavuze.
Call things as they are.
Mwita ibintu uko byitwa.
You the only one who's experienced the pain.
Ni mwebwe mufite umubabaro n'agahinda.
And you know how that pain is.
Ni namwe muzi uko ako gahinda kameze kabane.
Call things as they are.
Ni mwita ibintu uko bimeze.
He said if you look at the 10 stages of genocide.
Iyo urebe ku ngero 10 z'ubwicanyi bwa genocide.
The Banyamulenge are experiencing a genocide.
Abanyamulenge neza byerekana ko
bahabakorerwa ubwicanyi nk'ubwo. I'm talking about Dr. Gregory in his own words.
Aho ndi kuvuga neza amagambo Dr. Gregory yakoresheje wenyine.
So we need to speak up.
Tugomba kuvuga rero tukamagana.
You know that convincing people that we are experiencing genocide
muzi ko kuvuga ngo utahuza abantu neza ubumvishe ko twatwicwa mu buryo
peace.
Ntabwo bizakorwa mu buryo bw'amahoro gusa.
Yesterday I mentioned about the Armenian genocide.
Yego ejo navuze ku bwicanyi bwa genocide bw'Abarmenian.
It still have a controversial to many countries.
N'ubu hari ibihugu byinshi bitabyemera.
Even my own country of the United States did not accept it until recently.
N'igihugu canje cya Leta Zunze Ubumwe bwa Amerika
the genocide of Rwanda was not accepted until later.
Genocide yo mu Rwanda ntiyemejwe
ubwo. But the persistence, again, this is the awareness I'm talking about.
Ariko bakomeje kuzumvisha abantu
kugeza. The persistence of our own issue will be known if we continue to say it.
Guhozaho mu bibazo dufite bizamenyekana n'abantu ari uko dukomeje duhozaho.
And I trust Dr. Gregory based on his 10 steps that he described.
Ndumva nize Dr. Gregory ngendeye kuri step 10 ziwe yavuze.
You know, one thing he told us, because I've met him several times.
Kimwe mu bintu yatubwiye kuko namubonanye nawe inshuro nyinshi.
He did say that he asked us if he was a part of the decision maker when the elder Kabila was going to be the president in Congo.
Yambwiye ko yari mu bantu babayeho bicara bemeza ko President Kabila wapfuye yaba president muri Congo.
He was among the 30 people at the State Department by then.
Yabaye mu bantu 30 muri department ifata ibyemezo ya Amerika gufata ibyemezo kuri mugabo yaba president.
When they asked if anyone knew who was the Kabila,
igihe yabajije ngo se niba hari umuntu wari uzi Kabila
among those people,
mu bantu 30 baraho,
maybe 1 or 2 have heard about him.
Wenda umuntu umwe cyangwa babiri nibo bigeze kumumva.
But they said it's worse than Mobutu.
Ariko abantu
baravuga lesser than Mobutu.
So he's better.
Yari better than Mobutu.
Abantu baravuga ngo niwe mwiza gato kurusha
Mobutu. So let him go and rule the country.
Mumuheze chance turebe.
Why am I saying this?
Kubera iki mvuga ibi bintu?
Personal interest.
Interest umuntu ku giti cye.
Personal country's interest.
Interest z'ibihugu
are put ahead of human beings' interest.
Ari gihe kenshi biza imbere y'inyungu z'abantu ku giti cyabo.
Things again to the awareness. Things will never happen without our own effort.
Ibi rero ntabwo twabigeraho tudakoresha imbaraga zacu bwite.
Supporting the issue that the mayor spoke yesterday, as James just said.
Kugira ngo nunganire ibyo mayor yavuze ejo nkuko na James abivuze.
Supporting what the university is doing here.
Dushigikira ibyo university ikora nonaha.
It's very critical to this international awareness.
Ni ibintu by'ingenzi cyane bikomeye kuri urugamba turimo kumenyekanisha ikibazo cyacu.
Again, she promised.
Kandi ejo mwibuke ko yatwemereye.
We need to take her words.
Tugomba gufata
ijambo rye. And we need to follow up.
Kandi tugomba kumukurikirana.
I think James just said, after I leave here, I'm going to my daily business.
James yavuze ati nimva ngaha naje mu bintu byanje.
And we all gonna go to our own business.
Twese tuzasubira mu mirimo yacu isanzwe.
And then what happened to this 2 days conference?
Ibi bintu tugize mu iminsi ibiri bizagenda.
What happened to the content we're looking for?
Ibi bintu twize by'ingenzi bizagenda.
What happened to the AI we're expecting to make this all this?
Technology twabwiwe bizagenda bite?
Follow up is critical.
Gukurikirana ni ikintu cy'ingenzi.
Please, guys on UK, don't give up.
Bantu bo muri UK nyabuna ntimukarekera.
Keep up this great work.
Mukomeze kano kazi keza gashimisha.
We need to share with the non-profit organization.
Tugomba gusangiza imiryango itagendera ku nyungu.
Especially human rights organization.
Cyane cyane ku miryango
we should have them here.
You
saw when my friend Ben looked at the media. Zero awareness of these issues. So we need to get them involved. Mass information is what will help these countries really pay attention to this issue. This awareness needs to be done through our community elsewhere, not only in UK, in United Nations, United States of America.
Ibi tugomba kubikora apana hano gusa ariko n'ahandi hose duherereye muri Amerika no mu bindi bihugu,
EU,
muri Europe,
Australia,
muri Australia,
Canada,
muri Canada,
and other industrialized countries.
Mu bindi bihugu biteye imbere hose.
There is always countries' interest before human beings' interest.
Buri gihe ibihugu bishira imbere inyungu zabyo mbere yuko bitekereza ku bandi bantu.
Brief, I know I have gone over time. We need to multiply our efforts to our own advocacy. We need to provide data for those people who are doing research. We need to continue multiplying our efforts through many channels. Including social media and AI. Using our student research. And our personal testimonies. I believe that this is the beginning. The future lays ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Claude.
Turagushimiye Dr. Claude.
I would like to kindly pause briefly, just wait a bit, and then I'll call on Professor Anand to come and introduce the Pro-Vice Chancellor for
ndifuza guhagarika Patrice gatoya nigereze Professor Anand atwegereze umwe mu bayobozi baje.
Thank you very much. Sorry to interrupt the panel. Professor Udi has to leave in a moment, so I did not want her to leave without us saying thanks to her.
Mumbabarire kuko mbaciyemo hagati. Professor Udi aragenda mu kanya gatoya kandi sinifuza ko yagenda ndamushimiye.
So that's why we interrupted. So can I invite Dean and
nico gituma nabahagaritse nasaba Dean na Frank kuza hano imbere
to say a few words
kugira ngo muvuga amagambo makeya nitumara dukomereza.
Sawa, murakoze cyane.
Thank you very much.
Nje uhagaze ahangaha banyita Frank Migambi.
Me who's standing here in front of you, my name is Frank Migambi.
Nkaba mpagarariye cyangwa se nkaba ndi president w'uyu muryango w'abanyamurenge uri ahangaha.
I am the president of the Banyamulenge community who are gathered here.
Rero turishimye cyane kuba duhawe uyu mwanya dutewe agateka kangana gutya.
We are so delighted to be given such opportunity here.
Ni ishema rinini rikomeye cyane kuri twebwe.
It is we are happy for us to be here and we feel honored to be here.
Sinzi ko icyo numvishije namwe mwacyumvishije.
I'm not sure if we heard same thing.
Hari ijambo ryavuzwe numvishije bavuze ngo kuva ikibazo cy'abanyamurenge cyabaho.
There is someone who said, since ever we heard about the Banyamulenge issue.
Iyi niyo conference ya mbere ibaye mu rwego ruri academic ku kibazo cy'abanyamurenge.
This is the very first conference of its kind to bring the issues of Banyamulenge within the university.
BCU kwikubitira amashi kabisa
and I want people from my community just support your hand together.
Rero dushimiye urumva ibintu birahindutseho gahunda zari zihari zirahindutse. Sinzi ko mubibonye uko bihindutse.
Yeah, there is a little change.
Jewe nari kuvuga nyuma.
I was supposed to take a word as the last person.
None bara shiftinze bashizeho imbere kubera umuyobozi agiye kugenda.
Yeah.
Reka agihayaza hari impano twateguriye umuyobozi mu cyubahiro ciwe tumuhaye twamusabaga gutambuka hano imbere abaye atwemereye umuyobozi wa University ya Bradford uhagarariye ubuyobozi bwa University ya Bradford.
We would like to invite you to come forward because we have a small present for you.
Yeah. Muzukuri reka mbe honest reka mvugisha ukuri kuri iki kintu.
Sincerely speaking, let me be honest for this particular thing I'm about to say.
Kabanyamurenge
as the Banyamulenge,
kabanyamurenge twaragize ibibazo dufite ibibazo bingana gutya bimaze igihe kingana gutya n'ubu tubirimwo.
We as the Banyamulenge people facing all these challenges we've been talking about since few days.
Tachizere twari tugifitiye undi muntu. By honest.
We're actually discouraged to the point of losing our trust and hope.
Nta cyizere twari dufitiye ibihugu bikomeye nta cyizere twari tukibafitiye.
There was no trust left for powerful nations.
Nta cyizere twari tugifitiye undi muntu.
No to anybody.
Bivanye naho twari tugeze umunyamurenge.
Due to where the Banyamulenge are currently.
Mu Minembwe.
In the Minembwe area.
Imihana 400 yarasenywe.
Over 400 villages.
Minembwe centre hagati.
The city of Minembwe.
Hariho UN peacekeeping mission.
There was a peacekeeping mission.
Oni.
That's the UN.
Iyo ni kintu giserukira isi amaso y'isi ibihugu bikomeye.
That's in other words the eye of
none bigenda gute zumvikana gute kugira ngo ahantu hariho MONUSCO hasenywe imihana 400 baraho bahaye bareba nta kintu gihagikora.
How does it come that all these areas being destroyed on the very watch of the MONUSCO?
Kubera iyo mpamvu n'izindi nishi.
Due to these reasons and others.
Nta cyizere twaracitse cyizere.
We were just discouraged.
Ariko ndashima.
I'm very thankful
kuba duhagaze ahangaho uyu munsi.
For being here today.
Kuri iki kintu Bradford of University of Bradford ikoze.
For this special opportunity given by the University
of Bradford. Guhera none nagize icyizere mworebe icyizere mfite.
From now on I'm strengthened. I'm hopeful.
Iki kintu University of Bradford ikoze.
This thing done by the University of Bradford.
Ninka kwa kundi ko kongera gutera umunyamurenge bushasha. Umunyamurenge aratangiye bushasha.
It's like every Munyamulenge here was renewed.
Rero turashima University ya Bradford kuri iki kintu.
We were very recognized. We recognize the effort of the university.
Abanyamurenge baciye bugufi baragushimiye mama.
We are very humbled and thank you.
N'abandi bose mukorana.
And everyone else working with.
N'abantu bose mwabashije gutumira.
And everyone you've been able to invite.
n'abandi bose bayandi mu community bari aha ngaha.
And all those people who managed to attend.
Turagushimiye.
We really appreciate it.
Twongeye gushima kandi coordination aho zikora ibintu uyu mugabo Dean uhagaze hano.
We also thank the organizers team or coordinating team for this event.
Uyu ni waruhagarariye coordination.
He was heading the coordination. Anand Owen.
Na Owen jewe nabivuze muri side yacu twebwe.
And I just put in
as community side yacu niyo jewe nahagaze.
I'm talking from the community.
Mu rwego rwa coordination yacu n'amanama yabayeho kugira ngo bino bintu bibe bikorwe uko bimeze.
So this event can be planned and supported from our perspective, our part.
Mu izina rya BCU.
In the name of the BCU organization. Shake my hand.
Icyakabiri hariho akagifiti gatoya twateguriye university.
There is a small
nitambuke.
We ask you to come forward.
Iyi na kantu gatoya kavuye muri iyi mitima y'abanyamurenge iraha yose.
This is a sign of our recognition.
Ntabwo abanyamurenge turi ndashima.
We are very thankful.
Turashimye.
We thank you.
Twongeye turashimye.
And we thank you again.
Iki ni icyizere umunyamurenge aratangiye ubu nyine hazusa umunyamurenge musha.
It's like you've been renewed.
Sinzi ko icyo kintu mwamucyumva.
I think you all understand this.
Umunyamurenge musha arazutse.
We've been renewed through this.
Kandi tubifashijwemo na hano.
And this is thanks to
buriya
and the coordinating team, entire staff.
Iminsi funyitse ibintu bikomeye cyane.
Days hide sometimes surprises.
Mu minsi.
Times.
Nta muntu n'umwe wari watekereje ko kino kintu cyoba kikagenda gutya.
We've never predicted that thing will run out that way.
Rero
therefore
tuzoza tureba cyane.
We need to see.
Tuvuge buke.
We need to talk less and do more.
Kuko tutazi iminsi ibitse. Hari gushobora kuvuga ukibesha.
Sometimes talking too much is not maybe good. Just focus on the work.
Murakoze cyane.
We thank you all.
Ariko sinogenda ndashimiye aba bavandimwe bacu muzehe Rwaganja.
We thank also the invitees.
Ndagushimiye cyane na Beatrice.
And everyone else here.
Ariko ndasaba umwanya wanje uracyahari.
I will maybe talk later if time's allowed.
Yeah, thank you. You have really embarrassed us and the organizing team.
Oh.
Thank you so much for, I think it's the indulgence to just break the beautiful panel that was going on. I have to be in the hospital in the next 5 minutes. That's why this has been stopped. I have a hospital appointment, so I'm really sorry.
Ndabashimiye mwese muzukuri kandi mumbabariye cyane kuko nabaye kubaciramo ko mwari mu gikorwa ariko nuko ngiye ku bitaro mu kanya gato appointment rendezvous. Bisaba imbabazi.
My last words.
Ijambo ryanje rya nyuma.
Where there is life, there is hope.
Igihe buri hose ukibaho ugenda hari ibyiringiro.
And we all alive.
Kandi twese ndabona tukiriho.
Hopeful that we are together in this.
Dufite ibyiringiro kandi turi kumwe ko turakora.
So thank you so much. I'm going to break the last news. I had a conversation with the Lord Mayor very late into the night, and she suggested that myself and herself will try and get our women here into a group, but we don't have specific. We're just trying to see how we can continue to contribute by bringing the women here into some of the women's work that we're doing.
Bafitiye amakuru meza nuko nimugoroba navuganye na Lord Mayor twumvikana ko tugiye gutegura ikintu c'abadamu ku buryo abagore b'abanyamurenge muzaza hano tukaganira tugakomeza kurebera hamwe ibibazo byanyu mufite.
So I've been asked to continue to liaise with Dr. Congo on this point.
Nasabwe kuguma kuvugana na Dr. Congo ariwe Dr. Dean.
Dr. Dane. But please have a very, very safe trip back, but keep that hope alive.
Mugire urugendo rwiza musubira muhira ariko ibi bintu mubigumane mu mitima yanyu.
Thank you.
Murakoze cyane. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Odi.
Turagushimiye Professor Odi.
Okay, we have our last but second speaker. Last but second.
Oh, ubanziriza wa nyuma.
And that is Beatrice Gisaro.
Ni Beatrice Gisaro.
So, talking after so eminent professor
Nyuma yo kuvuga nyuma y'abaprofeseri bakomeye
and so good speakers.
Abantu bavuga neza cyane.
So it's not an easy task.
Ntabwo ari igikorwa cyoroshye.
Oh no, at least Green come after me.
Ibyiza nuko Owen ari buze kuza nyuma nje.
Owen, Professor again. Okay, so I think we're running out of the time.
Ndatekereza ko umwanya wacu dusigaranye ari muto.
So I pick only two.
Nafashe utuntu gusa tubiri.
2 points. That's important.
Utuntu tubiri tw'ingenzi kuri njewe.
To me, as I said before, we're running out of time.
Kuri njewe kuko navuze ko umwanya wacu waba muto cyane.
So the question is, increase awareness.
Ikibazo no kumenyekanisha ikibazo.
And understanding of the Banyamulenge situation.
No kumvikanisha ibibazo by'abanyamulenge.
So those two priorities.
Ibyo bintu bibiri.
For me, it's to document their story.
Kuri njewe ni ugukora ubushakashatsi wifashishije inyandiko cyangwa ibyo bavuga.
And please share it. Try them.
No kubisangiza abandi bantu n'abandi bantu.
Collect well documented account violence.
Kwegeranya
Okay, 1 minute. The documentation of violence.
Oh yeah. Gukora ubushakashatsi.
Displacement.
Uburyo batatanyijwe hirya no hino.
Discrimination.
Uburyo baba discrimine babavangura.
And human rights abuses.
N'ukuntu babi mu burenganzira bwabo uburyo babarenganya.
But I think we on the good track with this conference.
Ariko ndatekereza ko aha tugeze n'ifatiro ryiza tugezemo.
So the second.
Icya kabiri.
It's the human stories.
Ni ibyo tuvuga ubuhamya.
As Claude said before.
Nk'uko Claude yabivuze.
Soleil was here.
Soleil yari ari hano.
She talked about her
yatanze ubuhamya ku bwicanyi bwo mu Gatumba.
I think she is a person of interest.
Turatekereza ko ari umuntu ukomeye cyane ufite ibintu byinshi yadusangiza.
I think maybe we should start with her.
Ndatekereza ko twatangira nawe.
Yeah. And encourage inter-ethnic dialogues.
Ariko kandi ndatekereza ko nk'abanyamurenge ntabwo byaba byonyine bikwiye, tugomba nanone kugira uburyo tuganira n'abandi baturanyi bacu community zindi.
Yeah, this is task is for university to bring community together.
Ndatekereza ko ni uruhare rwa university kuzana abantu bava muri community zitandukanye.
Inter-ethnic dialogues.
Abantu bava mu ma community mu atandukanye.
In the South Kivu.
Bo muri este ya Congo, mu burasirazuba bwa Congo.
That for me it's the key point.
Ndatekereza ko ari ikintu cy'ingenzi cyane.
Yeah. And yeah, we need as Banyamulenge to talk with our neighbor.
Nk'abanyamurenge tugomba kuganira n'abo duturanye.
And to find a common ground.
No kubona uko twakumvikana aho twahurira mu bibazo byacu dusangiye.
Yeah. They are part of solution.
Ni bamwe mu botanga ibisubizo.
Yes. Don't push them away.
mubyumve nyamuneka ntimubashire kure.
Okay. So next step.
Igikurikira,
As I said, the diaspora.
uko nabivuze mu mahanga,
Banyamulenge community in the diaspora, we should speak,
abanyamulenge batuye mu mahanga tugomba kuvuga,
raising awareness
tukavuga ibibazo byacu tukabibwira abantu
in their countries
mu bihugu baherereyemo,
of residence,
aho batuye,
while
mu gihe
respecting the truth.
mu gihe neza uzirikana ukuri,
Yeah.
utabesha.
Okay. So push for inclusion and peace building processes. Push for including
ikintu kijanye no ku
inclusion,
ubumwe,
ensure Banyamulenge representative like Delphin and Dean, like Delphin and Dean, to put them so they should be a part of any discussion.
Yes, inclusivity. Aratekereza ko ni byiza buri gihe kuzana abagabo b'abanyamulenge nka Delphin nka Dean kugira ngo
local, national, international,
mu buryo aho batuye cyangwa se urundi rwego,
dialogue on peace,
ibiganiro bihuza abantu mu buryo bw'amahoro n'ibindi. Ni byiza ko habamo n'abanyamulenge, uruhare rw'abanyamulenge
in peace and security in the region.
mu bintu bijanye n'amahoro n'umutekano muri region.
I think they cannot talk about us without us.
Ndatekereza ko ntabwo abandi bantu bavugira twebwe kurusha twe twenyine.
Yeah. Okay. I think I will conclude.
Ndangiza.
These recommendations are only the few of many.
Aka ni kamwe mu buri byinshi navuga.
Yeah, that's my contribution. And finally, I'd like to reiterate my thanks to Bradford University.
Ako niko niyo ntwerano yanje nto ibinavuze, ariko ndangiza ndashimira cyane University of Bradford
and the Banyamulenge community of UK
na Banyamulenge community of UK BCU
to put me in the part of this.
Nyabona muzanzirikane muri ibi bintu mu
Apana. To put me into
ndabashimira kuba mwarantekereje muri ibi bintu.
Yeah, but last but not least,
cyanyuma,
as Delphin said before,
nkuko Dr. Delphin yabivuze kare,
I want people knows that I am Munyamulenge.
Ndifuza ko abantu nanone bumva ko nanje ndi umunyamulenge, ndabisubiramo.
I'm not something else.
Ntabwo ndi ikindi kintu.
Okay. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Naho ndangirije, ndabashimiye cyane.
Hope to see you next year.
Ndifuza kuzababona ubutaha.
Okay, thank you.
You will be invited. Okay.
Thank you, Beatrice.
Urakoze Beatrice.
We now call on Professor Owen Green.
Duhamagaye Professor Owen.
Yep. To summarize things for us. We're running out of time, so make it a bit.
You know, it's like Dr. Owen is like a prophet. Let he take his time.
That's very kind of you to say. So it's been a wonderful workshop. And I'm so pleased that we proceeded with it, and it's succeeded beyond our expectations. So I think what I want to do is be practical about next steps.
Mbabwire kandi mbabwire ibasha gukorwa bigaragara mu ntambwe izakurikira iyi conference.
As I said yesterday morning, a workshop is important, but as part of a process.
nababwiye yuko ejo hashize nababwiye yuko amateraniro n'ibiganiro nk'ibi n'intangiriro y'urugendo rurerure tugiye kwinjiramo.
We're all agreed about that. The other panelists have emphasized it, and it's a question of thinking through the next step.
Nanone mbasha kwemeranywa n'abandi bagenzi banjye bavuze yuko iyi ni intambwe igomba gukomeza.
So rest assured, we've taken good notes, and there's nothing, no proposals that are going to be missed.
Ndagira ngo mbahe icizere yuko nta jambo na rimwe ryavuzwe hano rizasigara ngo risigare hano muri iki cyicaro.
Very clear that actually we have several different agendas.
Reka mbabwire yuko dushobora kuba dufite imyumvire cyangwa se gahunda zitandukanye.
First of all, it's about the communities that this is about and who we're working to help.
Nanone ikigenderewe niki ni community kandi natwe twiteguye gutanga ubwo bufasha.
So there is the community in the north of England and the community in the UK. We heard today some of the specific needs that we can perhaps with this partnership help to pursue.
Nanone hari community ituye mu majyaruguru y'Ubwongereza, hari na community ituye mu Bwongereza hose twiteguye kuba twafasha.
And then there's the discussions about the diaspora.
Kandi nanone iki ni ikiganiro kireba abimukira cyangwa se abatuye mu mahanga.
But it's very clear that everything about those two communities is deeply linked with what is happening in the DRC and in the neighboring countries, Rwanda.
Kandi nanone ikibihuza ni kimwe ni imibereho y'abantu bava mu burasirazuba bwa Kongo n'ibihugu baturanye nk'u Rwanda n'u Burundi na Uganda.
So we in next steps need to take care to address all of those areas.
Nanone intambwe izakurikiraho ni ukugenda tuganira kuri izo ntambwe zose.
So Bradford University will not determine these next steps. We will help.
Ntabwo mu by'ukuri kaminuza ya Bradford izarangiza zino ntambwe ko ari eshatu, ariko tuzatanga ubufasha.
We will be holding a meeting to reflect on the outcomes of this within the next few weeks. With, of course, our ABANYAMULENGE partners.
Nanone nyuma y'ibyumweru bikeya tuzongera dukore indi nama, duhamagare na community y'Abanyamulenge, twongere twishare turebe icyavuye muri iyi conference. Umukomere mu mashyi yemwe.
And that will enable us to both make sure we have a complete list, but also begin a discussion of next steps.
Ibyo bizaduha icizere ubwo tuzakora inama mu byumweru bikeya, tuzicara twumanamwe tuganire tuvuge tuti ni iyihe ntambwe igomba gukurikiraho.
So we know some of them. We already know that Delphine and I and others are committed to producing a report, not of this workshop, but of the issues raised by this workshop.
Ndagira ngo mbabwire yuko bamwe muri twebwe batangiye gukora nka na Dr. Delphine batangiye kwandika ibibazo ndetse bitari nibi ngibi gusa byavugiwe hano, ariko ibibazo muri rusange bijyanye n'Abanyamulenge.
We hope we find the resources to regather this workshop in due course.
Ndabizi yuko hari ibyo tuzabona muri bimwe byavuye muri iki cyicaro hano muri ibiganiro twakoze.
There is the project to do with social media that we were talking about.
Hari project, hari umushinga wa wundi batweretse hano watwangiwe n'uriya mushinga ntahe.
And so many others. So for example, the panelists and everybody has said how important it is to have testimonies, human stories and testimonies.
Nanone kandi binyuze no mu baduhaye ibiganiro n'abatanze ubuhamya, byagaragaye yuko ni byiza kwakira buriya buhamya bwatambwe n'abantu kuko nabwo ni ibimenyetso kandi bikenewe muri ibyo dukora.
But long experience shows we don't want to give people too much pain in repeating testimonies many times.
Muri experience ihari ntabwo ari byiza kubwira umuntu ngo asubire mu byo yanyuzemo kuko ni kumwongera agahinda n'umubabaro.
So we have a job to do to make sure that we create the frameworks where those testimonies can count.
nanone kandi tuzareba uburyo ubuhamya bwatanzwe bubasha kuzigamwa atari ngombwa ngo dusabe umuntu ngo nakomeza asubiremo ibyo yabuze n'ibyamubayeho.
And that we need to think hard with partners like James and many others about how best to do that. So we'll certainly follow up.
Ni byiza yuko dukorana n'abandi batari hano no muri universite nk'abavandimwe nk'aba James n'abandi bari hirya no hino.
There's the question of how to encourage proper histories which tell the story.
Ni byiza yuko twashishikariza abantu kuvuga amateka uburyo ibintu byagenze.
But there's also the efforts to try to bring together the materials which can facilitate to help us form those coalitions.
Nanone hariho n'ibikenewe ibikoresho bigomba guhuza abari hirya no hino kugira ngo tubashe guhuza ibyo bimenyetso.
So there are so many ways of doing that with different priorities, both international, but as Bia was saying, also to think about next steps in the local level.
Kandi hari n'uburyo bubasha gukoreshwa dukoresheje uburyo mpuzamahanga kumenyekanisha uburyo mpuzamahanga ariko nanone tubasha guhera no kubiri hano muri loko.
So this is difficult and sensitive discussions about how to proceed best.
Nanone kandi ibi ngibi bizana impaka no gutekereza niki cyakorwa cyaba cihutirwa kugira ngo dukomeze no rugendo.
So I think the team that has coordinated this meeting can play an initial role in helping to coordinate and facilitate those sorts of discussions.
Ati ndagira ngo ahari kugira ngo bikorwe neza n'ubundi abakomeje gukora coordination y'iyi conference bakomeza iyo coordination kugira ngo bakomeze guhuza bano bantu tuzagera icyo tugeraho.
But we've also got to move to a situation in which the entire Banyamulenge community is discussing these issues.
Nanone kandi ntitugomba gusa guhekera kuri aba bicaye hano. Tugomba kugera ku ntambwe umunyamurenge wese yumva ko kino kibazo kimureba.
And this is your job.
Kandi byo ntabwo ari ibyacu nka kaminuza, uwo ni umurimo wanyu.
We know that every community that is alive has differences.
Kandi turabizi yuko mu makominote yose habaho imyumvire itari imwe.
And those differences should not be pushed underneath. They should be continued.
Kandi ntabwo twahagarika iyo myumvire itandukanye ariko nanone kandi tugomba gukomeza gukora dutera imbere.
But on moving ahead in this agenda, it's really important that your community speaks with one voice on some issues.
Nanone kandi kugira ngo bizatubashe kugera ku nsinzi nuko abanyamurenge bose bageraho bavuga rumwe.
One of them, I think there is already wide consensus. Dr. Claude and others have emphasized it.
Kandi nanone icyo nabashije kumva nuko hari icyo Claude yavuze kitari hano gusa mu Bwongereza n'abandi hirya no hino batangiye kuvuga ikibazo cy'abanyamurenge.
One is that the Banyamulenge is a community, it is an identity, and that is a Congolese identity.
Urumva bamwe baremera yuko abanyamurenge ni bose baremera yuko community abanyamurenge ni community na abakongomani na identity.
But nevertheless, as was honestly said, there will be debates about how best to defend the community in a very insecure area.
Nanone kandi nanone tugomba kumenya mbese icyo twashira imbere mu buryo bwo gusobanura wabivuze dukomeze. Yeah, I would say in my language, he already said.
So these are legitimate debates, but we need to find a framework. And I was interested with Prosper and so many others, Frank and others. You know, there is an international leadership and network of the Banyamulenge community.
Kugira ngo ibingi bibashe gukora nabashije kuvuga na wa mugabo wavuye mu Prosper baseka n'abandi bavuye ahandi na hirya kugira ngo twese abari hirya no hino duhuze imyumvire.
So we rely at Bradford and other partners, we rely very much on you being able to mobilize that so the discussions had here are understood and have proper resonance with the rest of the community so that we can move forward with confidence in building these coalitions.
ngo tubafitiyemo icizere kuko nka Bradford University mwebwe muri aha ngaha mubasha kugenda mwagura ikino gitekerezo kugira ngo tubashe gukorera hamwe.
There are so many agendas. One of them, we're a peace studies department, is definitely to frame things so that we can move towards peace building.
Ati kimwe mu bigenderewe nuko iyi faculty ya peace studies igomba gukora mu buryo twakemura ibibazo bitanyuze mu makimbirane.
But there's also truth and justice.
Kandi nanone hagomba kubamwo ukuri n'ubutabera.
Very important. And there's also the support that the communities need in various contexts.
Kandi nanone tugatanga ubufasha community ikeneye mu mibereho ya buri munsi.
So we will be a small part in Bradford University of this ongoing process.
Kandi natwe tuzashigikira muri uru rugendo dutangiye.
And we thank you very much for allowing us to be.
Kandi reka tubashimire yuko mwatwemereye gukorana nawe.
To be honest, and finally, of course, some of you will know that this conference was organized on tiny resources.
Kandi reka mbabwire ntanyura ku ruhande, murabizi nta bufasha buhagije twari dufite, twakoresheje udufaranga dukeya.
So obviously one of our priorities is to increase those resources over the next 18 months to 2 years to make sure we can sustain these processes.
Ico dukeneye no tugiye kuzakora no gushakisha ubushobozi tukabona umutungo uhagije kugira ngo ubutaha tuzakore konferanse nini cyane.
So be patient because we have to be practical. There are some things we would like to do which we can't do immediately.
Nanone kandi bisaba kwihangana kuko bifata igihe kinini kugira ngo ubwo bushobozi tubashe kubugeraho.
But we are committed to working with you as best we can.
Kandi tubasezeraniye kuzakorana namwe mu buryo bwose tuzashobora.
So with that, because time is short, let me end with just one small comment, and then I think Anand will want to make a couple of concluding remarks.
Reka mvuge iri jambo ntarasoza nienda n'abandi baraza kugira ico bavuga.
And this is very practical.
Ati bingibi ndavuga ngorora ntanyura ku ruhande.
We notice that many people who've been presenting have been speaking from notes.
Ati reka nabonye abantu benshi babashije kuvuga hano bagiye basoma inyandiko banditse
or PowerPoint.
Cyangwa se bakoresheje PowerPoint.
Please send them to us.
Bati turasaba bano ba presence bose izi nyandiko banditse be kuzazisubira nayo bazazidusigire.
We have got all of these bits of paper that we're going to be analyzing.
Ati dufite impapuro hariya tuzagenda dusoma twitonze tukareba ibyavuzwe hano.
But do help us in that mindless respect. So with that, let me end there, and just on my behalf, but also of course speaking partly on behalf of the whole teams that's been from the Bradford University side, to say thank you again for such a wonderful participation in a workshop.
Ati reka mvuge mu ruhande rwanjye no muri bagenzi banjye twakoranye bahagarariye kaminuza ya Bradford, mwarakoze, Imana ibahe umugisha.
Thank you very much, Professor Owen Green.
Arakoze Professor Owen Green.
Okay. Before I call on Professor Anand, I want to find out if there is any burning question or comment for the panel. Maybe one or two.
Mbere yuko mpa Professor Anand ijambo ryo gusa naho asoza, reka mbabaze niba ari umuntu uri aha ngaho ufite ikibazo. There is 2 questions. 3.
Okay. All right, okay.
Njye ikibazo ku izina nitwa Ruvumera Auguste.
It's not a question, rather a comment. Probably he is called Ruvumera Auguste.
Naringiza ngo wena twerere ikindi cyumviro cyangwa se ku bintu bimeze kuri za mpapuro bazatwara.
He wants to add value on this paper that we will share.
Ni buryo bujanye n'ubuntu twarafatiriwe mu buryo bwa education muri Congo.
It's related to how we missed education in Congo.
Kuko nacoke mu bibazo byatwishe cyane.
It's one of the biggest problems that we have.
Njewe nkura
him when he grown up.
Nasanze bakuru bacu benshi mu mihana.
Our elder brothers in the villages.
Byari bigoye kugira ngo bafate diplome d'etat kandi barize.
It was even difficult to finish secondary school while they were intelligent because of their names only.
Ugasanga n'abantu bakeya batambutse naho bagiye mu yindi migi kure aho batazi izina ry'umunyamurenge.
Only few people who managed to move from South Kivu and North Kivu when they go in other regions because they cannot identify their names.
Kurugero njewe nkuranja gukora diplome d'etat.
For example, him before when he want to do his secondary exams,
badusabye guhindura amazina yacu kuko amazina yacu yarazwe muri ako karere. Nje ubwanje mfata diplome d'etat byansabye guhindura izina shiramwe irindi zina ry'amoko duturanye kugira ngo ndebe examen nibura yo koso
himself so that he can finish his secondary studies. He was asked to change his names so that he can have other neighborhood names so that he can get a chance of being marked objectively.
Kandi ngo mbikore birakoga birakosogwa ngirwa amahirwe yo diplome ndayitora.
And when he changed his name, he was able to get well marked.
Mwumva ukuntu naho mu buryo bwa education ubwoko bwacu twari twarishwe nago irindi tsembatsemba ryahabereye mu buryo bwa education.
That was a education genocide so that we cannot.
Nkagira ngo muzo nabyo muzarebera hamwe.
Please, while you are assessing our vulnerabilities,
kugira ngo n'abari bacu bakiri muri kare karere kandi bafite ayo mazina,
and those who still back home and have those names,
bagire access kwiga kandi bumve bari fieri kuko batahindura identification yabo kugira ngo babone uko babaho cyangwa biga bagera aho abandi bageze.
Think how they can be remembered and get chance to education without changing their names.
Murakoze cyane.
Thank you.
Ndabashimiye amazina nitwa Murimbo.
Thank you. His name is called Murimbo.
Jewe ni icyifuzo nagira nsabe Bradford University.
It's just a request for Bradford University.
Twagize amahirwe aho abanyamurenge batuye muri Sud Kivu.
We had chance where Abanyamulenge are living in South Kivu.
Kubera ukuntu twari dufashwe mu karere ariko tuza kugira amahirwe tugira university imwe.
We only have one university.
Ariko nayo ikaba ari university ikenye cyane.
It's the most poor university in Congo, in Minembwe.
Aba professor cyangwa se abarimu bayigishaho,
professors or teachers at university,
n'abakoranabushake,
are volunteers only,
n'abandi badafite qualification nziza,
and others with a very low qualification.
Nubwo umurepresenta wa Bradford University atakiri hano,
even if the representative of Bradford University is no longer here,
na Lord Mayor wa Bradford Council,
and Lord Mayor of Bradford Council,
nagira mbasabe mwe mukiri hano nka Professor Owen,
I want to request you who still here,
n'abandi muri kumwe,
and others,
nuko mwatwemerera nk'abanyamurenge mukatuvukanishiriza Bradford University na university iri mu Minembwe.
Please allow to have the partnership between Minembwe University and Bradford University.
Na ahantu hagoye kuja.
It's very, very complicated to reach the environment.
Ariko kandi naho na ahantu hakenewe kugira nko haba education iri strong.
We really need your willing to offer such big assistance so that we can have the formal education in Minembwe.
Murashobora kutajayo physically.
You may not go there physically.
Ariko hariho support ka library.
But there is many support including library.
Nk'ama machine computers.
Computers.
Kugira ngo abanyeshuri bigira mu Minembwe babashe kuba bagerageza kuja kuri standard iri nationale. Reka ndeke kuja kuri international kuko ni kure cyane.
So that at least our student can have access to national standard, even not international standard, but have that access.
Babashije kuja hejuru yaho abari amahirwe menshi.
If more can be done, it will be much welcomed.
Rero nkaba ariyo cyifuzo canje muri conference.
That's my request in this conference, something that you could think about.
Murakoze cyane.
Thank you so much.
I think the last question or comment.
The last comment, iyi nico cyifuzo cyanyuma.
Yego, murakoze kumpa ijambo.
Thank you for
icyifuzo canje cya mbere cyari iki ngiki Murimba avuze.
Okay. The first question was what Murimbo have said already.
Numvishije akigezeho cyari kimwe.
Thank you for touching on that.
Ikindi aba bagabo badufasha.
The additional support that we need.
Ahantu abanyamulenge bose baguye.
Where all Banyamulenge have been killed.
Bicwa urubozo nabi.
But of course they were tortured after before being killed.
Hariho UN.
There were UN.
Ikabicecekanye amakuru yose.
They just kept, they have went silent and keep information.
Kandi besha abantu ko yagiye kureba ibihaye biba icunze n'umutekano ifasha abantu.
And pretending they are supporting people, they are helping people.
Mugende muzatubarize UN ahiri amaelia yose irimo ukuntu irebera ibyo bintu ntibivuge ntibisakaze kandi ari cyo cyayitwayeyo. Murakoze.
Please ask UN to help us to identify and to find the body of ours so that we can bury them in dignity.
Okay.
Can I say just one last point?
Go ahead.
Information is key. Oh. Harunsobanurira.
Aho ndasobanura.
Yeah. Information is key.
Amakuru nirwo rufunguzo.
Our professor who presented here, who used to work in Tanzania.
Umuprofeseri muri bamwe ba presence uyu munsi bakoraga muri Tanzania.
Actually, the camp where he was working
mu nkambi yakoraga muri Tanzania
is the right camp where there are our 350 lost girls until today.
Niyo nkambi irimo babantu twababwiraga 350 bari bakiri n'ubu ngubu muri iyo nkambi professor yakoraga.
He can use his network and links.
Niba ashobora kudufasha agakoresha network n'ubumenyi afite muri iyo kambi,
so that at least we can know whether they're still alive.
Noneho tukabasha kumenya niba neza aba bantu bakiriho bagihumeka.
Yeah, that's very important. Last not least, I have request to Anand.
Ari ikintu nasabye Professor Anand.
Actually, because we were not having chance to education.
Kubera ko tutigeze tugira amahirwe ya education.
Our step food
ibyo kurya byacu
is only made manually.
Ibintu byacu byose tubikoresha amaboko.
I will be grateful
ati ndashima cyane
as you have rice cooker
ati umufite biriya bikoresho byo guteka umuceri,
to encourage our new student to discover gatimbo kuka.
Ati arashaka abashakashatsi nanone kumenya kuba babasha gukora ubushakashatsi mu gukoresha gucumbisha igicumbisho
gukora imashini yozi dukorera gatimbo vuba vuba.
Mbese imashini ikora gatimbo badakoresheje amaboko.
Very very important that you can ask in the university. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Beatrice can explain to Dr. Cohen and James. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So once again, I would like to thank our panelists for the contributions that they've made and the ideas that they've.
Ndashaka gushimira abadufashije abapanelisti bacu
for the insightful ideas they've given.
Sorry?
For the insightful ideas.
Kubitekerezo bidasanzwe batuzaniye.
Regarding how to enhance international awareness.
Kureba uburyo twashira imbaraga mu kugaragaza ikibazo cyacu.
Of the Banyamulenge situation and concerns.
Kubijanye n'ibibazo by'abanyamurenge n'ibyago barimo.
Okay, thank you very much.
Murakoze cyane.
Okay. I'll now hand over the mic to Professor Anand. Thank you.
Ndashaka guha umwanya Professor Anand. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Murakoze cyane.
Murakoze. Can you pause the live feed? Pause.
Mukureho
fine bari sawa kabisa murashaka ko bija ku mugaragaro bavuze ngo ni sawa ngo tubakurireho aka kantu ngo kagira imana nta wamfasha murashaka ko dusemura murabikora mu Kinyamurenge okay turabasaba ko muhaguruka mwese Hallelujah. Woo. God bless you. Eh? Sorry. Dukeneye ifoto y'urwibutso.
We need a picture.
Turasaba ko Esperance want to pray and bless our professors and others. Just accept this motion.
Sorry to interrupt. We haven't finished yet because we still need a leader of the community to say something. Maybe we can have a picture first, then come back.
Ikabanza senge.
Yes.
Noneho. Dufati photo.
Yes. He's saying she can pray first, then take a picture, then the leader of the community, because he should speak with Anna and not me.
twari dukwiriye
we don't deserve this,
ariko turagushimiye kubw'imbaraga zawe ugaragaje.
but we thank you for your power.
Dushimiye ineza yawe tweretse.
We thank you for your goodness.
Turashimira ko imbabazi zawe zihoraho iteka ryose.
We thank you for your mercy live for longer.
Dusamiye bano bantu bose.
We pray to everyone.
Ababashe gutegura kino kintu.
The people who make this conference happen.
Ngo agahinda kacu tugasohore.
The place where we can express our sorrows.
Batize mu buzima bwiza, baheze ubuzima bwiza.
Give them a good health.
Badafite ubuzima bwiza.
Without a good health,
ntibashobora kubikora.
They can't do nothing.
Ariko Kristo wera.
But our Creator,
ndagusabye,
I ask you,
ubaha imbaraga,
give them strength,
ubaha ubwenge,
give them knowledge,
kugira ngo bibikorwa byose
about everything here.
Plane bari guplaninga mbere muri future babategura byo tuzabazageraho.
This is a process in the future.
Bizavira umunyamurenge wese ingaruka nziza.
I mean, can bring a goodness for Congolese Banyamulenge people.
In
Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Then let's take one picture. We need everyone have to smile. We need one picture, including yeah. This side, yeah. We want Maria to be including as well. Can we gather for one picture, please? We need the big camera, the big camera. Oh yes, oh yes, yes. Yeah. Huh? Yeah, we need one picture. The souvenir picture. Yeah. Oh, well, you can't sit. No, we want, Professor, we want the main speakers to sit here. Yeah. Please come forward. The main speaker, Beatrice. Please. Mureke bano bayobozi ntiyagira umuntu wicara ataravuze mureke bano bayobozi batuyoboye kugira ngo tujyane amafoto yabo bicara aribo bicara. Yeah. No, we need speakers, please. The panels. We will take another picture. Come please. Mushireho indi ntebe aba barimu kuraho iyo meza aba barimu batwigishije baduhuguye. Excuse me. Maria, please, I beg you. Maria, mukureho iya meza yeme muyikureho. Maria, you need Anand, sit here, please. Yagira umuntu usigara usibye abafata ifoto. Yeme. Bariya basore bari hariya abadafata ifoto nibaze nabo. Ngwino muze. Abana bagufiya, Grace, mugende mwicara imbere y'aba barimu, abagufiya abana bi. Abana bagufiya, abasore mwicare hano imbere, mwicare hano imbere. Aba youth. Abana, abasore batoya mwicare hano. Sit. Muze mwicare hasi hano. Praise. Sit. Hey. Mwicare. Praise. Sit, please. Delphine mube nk'abegerana dukora ikintu cyo kubugira ubumwe mwegerane kugira ngo ifoto ize kugaragara bariyo hirya mugire hino. Oya rero musore afite kamera nini. Ntihagire uwo musiga. Nushaka kuhagarare ku ntebe niba utatubona. Naba bari bicaye hano twarangije. Bazofata. This is the wife of Delphine, the one who take over the phone. Peace. Thank you so much. Thank you. Can we invite the community leader to just give his remark, please? Ya ngaho mureke twumve ijambo reka Steve akomeza asobanure n'ubwa nyuma Steve we ngwino usobanure inshuti yawe
tube nkabicara hasi ho gatoya please. Would we have seat a few minutes please?
Ya abantu bo kwicaraho gatoya ari ijambo rito umuyobozi agiye kuvuga.
nyuma y'iminsi 2 turi aha ngaha.
After 2 days being here,
izi saha turarangije.
Now we are at the end.
Mu kandi kanya nyine turerekeza mu mago yacu.
Shortly we'll be back to our homes.
Ariko nyine ni uburyo bwo gushimira abantu.
Well, this is a way to thank you guys.
Kugira ngo ibintu bikorwe kandi bije mu ngiro bise neza nk'uku nguku haba habaye abantu baba bahagurutse.
Yeah, people's contribution shined out of the throughout to be at this point.
Haba hateguwe ibintu nyine kuvugana, kubonana, gukora amanama.
There has been lots of meetings to organize this conference.
Rero ntagiye gutindira abantu kuko bamaze kurambirwa n'amasaha yagiye.
Straight to the point.
Reka tugiye gushimira University ya Bradford.
Once again, the Bradford University, we are so thankful for you.
Tugiye gushimira umujyi wa Bradford uhagarariwe na meya wa Bradford wari hanejo.
The city or council of Bradford, we are very thankful.
Hari ikintu navuze ubushize mu kiganiro canje cyatambutse.
In my previous release,
no kuvuga kino kintu kibaye cyo kugira ngo abashakashatsi muri uru rwego bahaguruke kuvuga ku kibazo cy'abanyamurenge nibwo bwa mbere.
I mentioned that this is the first time to be for academicians to take part into Banyamulenge's issue.
Kandi ni ibintu biteye ubwoba. Jewe nayisengira ubwoba igihe Professor Lenande hari yakoze research hari ahashakishia ijambo umunyamurenge haza ubusa.
I was afraid when there was a research about Banyamulenge name and nothing appeared.
No kuvuga ngo haracyari hakasi.
That means we go a long journey.
Haracyari ibintu bikomeye byo gukora.
There are still a lot to do.
Rero nka community y'abanyamurenge,
as a community of Banyamulenge,
mu cyubahiro cyanyu abantu bari aha ngaha,
in your respect,
reka mbasabe duhaguruke. Community y'abanyamurenge ni haguruke. Tugiye gukubitira amashi.
We are going to clap.
University ya Bradford,
this university,
na Lord Mayor wa Bradford.
We are going to clap for the university and the mayor of this city.
Kuri aya mahirwe duhawe y'amateka.
For this opportunity we've been given.
Ibintu zakorewe aha, ibintu zavugiwe aha ngaha bikaba bigiye kwandikwa bikigwaho bigashitswa aho zakagombye gushika, amateka y'abanyamurenge akamenyekana kandi tukarenganurwa.
The history of Banyamulenge to be known and justice to be given.
Mu cyubahiro cyanyu nimureke dukubitira aba bantu amashyi.
Let's all clap for them.
Murakoze cyane mu zubahiro zanyu ni mwicare.
In your respectful seats you can.
Dushimiye izindi community zoba ziri aha ngaha za bibaye abongereza cyangwa se abagenzi bacu baturutse Afrika.
We also thank other communities that joined us today.
Turabashimiye.
We are thankful.
Dushimiye abatumirwa bavuye hirya no hino babashe gutumirwa na university.
All guests from across the UK who are invited by university.
Muri UK cyangwa se hanze ya UK.
Those who came from UK and outside the UK.
K'abanyamurenge bivuye ku mutima wacu turabashimiye.
It's a heartfelt thankful from our community.
Nukuri turabizirikana.
We really take it into consideration.
Niho navuze ngo njewe uyu munsi nagize ikindi cyizere gishasha.
I have a new hope today, or a renewed hope today based on what happened.
Kandi nabonye ko bishoboka.
And I see that it's possible.
Nukuvuga abanyamurenge twararenganye kugera ku rwego rumwe, hari umuntu woshobora gusobanura ntabyumva akagira ngo kurabesha.
Our tragedy is unexplained. You can't explain our tragedy easily.
kandi mu ngero zose mu buryo bwose.
In various sectors.
Reka inse nihuta inse nuvuze akantu kamwe bavuze ku bintu bijanye n'amashuri.
Let me come back to the point of education.
Mwibaze abantu bica abantu bakaja muri sector y'ubwenge yo kwiga.
Imagine attacking people in the education sector.
Ugasanga abanyamurenge aba finaliste ni igihumbi tuvuge ku rugero igihumbi bakoze examen d'etat.
Among 1,000 finalists for the in the high school,
igihumbi cy'abanyeshuri abanyeshuri igihumbi baba finaliste
out of 1,000 graduates,
ugasanga hafashemo umuntu umwe utoye diplome.
You'll find only one person
cyangwa babiri
who is successful from Banyamulenge community.
Babiri cyangwa batatu kunuko.
2 or 3 and that's it.
Biragenda bayica abantu biragenda bitwara igihe kirekire cyane.
It discouraged for a very long time.
Ariko ikigutangaje uvuye muri iyo province ugiye ahandi za manono zahe agahita atsinda.
What is amazing, if a Munyamulenge cross to other regions, he can easily pass.
Nukuvuga ngo izo zaratuafexe bijana natwe dukomeza duhunga mu gihugu turasohoka ndetse turahunga tuja no hanze y'igihugu.
These are consequences we are still facing up to here.
Ivyo hari umuntu wigeze kukizamura tese nka University ya Bradford mwo dufashiki kuri ico kintu ku bantu bagiye biga bagacikiza amashuri. Nukuvuga nimba kino kintu kidatore umuti aba bana bahaye bavukira hano bari automatically affected.
Yeah, so if nothing is done, even our new children, they're going to face the same problem.
Wibaze nk'umwana kuvuka agasanga afite umuvyeyi papa we na mama we batazi gusoma no kwandika. Aba bavyeyi bazofasha uyu mwana iki?
Imagine being born of a parents who are totally educated or analphabet.
Amahomework ntashobora gufasha umwana amahomework.
They can't help the kids with homework.
Izo zavuye kuki? Izo zavuye ku mateka yacu mabi twagiriye muri kya gihugu.
That's based on our bad past.
Icyizere rero nico twabashaga gusaba kuri conference yabaye uyu munsi.
So we are now hopeful in this conference.
Turasaba ngo aba bantu iyi University of Bradford ibi bintu byavugiwe hano bagende bavyegeranye babikomeze kuzageza bigeze bitanze umusaruro.
So for the university, please take it with your 2 hands.
Tukaba tubashimiye kandi murakoze cyane mu izina ry'abanyamurenge ba UK.
Thank you so much. I think we are going to our conclusion. And we will ask our community just to have like 5 minutes here. We want to talk to them.
Turifuza ko abanyamurenge bari hano ko basigara iminota mikeya turashaka kuvugana nabo.
We want to talk with the people from Canada and the USA.
Harabashitsi bavuye Canada na USA.
It's just like having 1 or 2 minutes.
Barifuza nk'iminota 2 cyangwa 1 kugira ngo batuganirize.
Thank you.
Murakoze.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Ababishoboye mwadukuriraho zino ntebe zira